maybe seated.
Brian's getting
Oh, okay. We need the headphones. Headphones. He's getting headphones. Earphones. Earpiece.
The state's next witness is BRYAN Carpenter.
Mr. Carpenter. Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Talk into the microphone and have a seat.
Sir, state your full name for the record, please.
Bryan W. Carpenter.
And how are you currently employed?
I work for 13 South Productions.
And is that a company that you own?
It is.
And what kind of a company is that?
It's a production company.
What do you produce?
Films and documentaries.
And in addition to being a producer, have you also had armorer experience in the film industry?
I have.
So what I'd like to do, I'm going to back up just a little bit. I want to talk about your experience with regard to firearms prior to you becoming involved in the film industry. Can you tell us if you have any law enforcement or any kind of special firearms training?
I do. I spent most of my adult life using a firearm as a tool, either as a protector, a trainer, and then ultimately in the film industry as an armorer. My last official assignment that I worked on was New Orleans Police Department SWAT, Tactical Unit 3 under Jeff Wynn's command. That was during Katrina and all of Rita and then all of the cleanup and restoration efforts. Before that, I worked as a contractor, securities contractor for almost 20 years. I've worked on operations from Haiti to et cetera. I've trained at mobile operation and urban combat training for RCTA. I've trained at NASA.
And what's RCTA?
Regional Counter Narcotics Training Academy.
Thank you, sir.
And they have a Mount City there that's mobile operations and urban terrain. I've received my high-risk environment training and implementation certification there, level 1 and 2. I've trained down at NASA at Cape Canaveral for SWAT and some machine gun and select fire training. Had some really good mentors that advised me to get as much training as they would put out there. So I was very fortunate to have their guidance and direction over a 20-year career.
Okay, and then how did you end up transitioning into the film industry?
After Katrina, we were down there working, and one of my buddies came to me and he said, "Would you like to go and do some bodyguard work for an actor?" And I was like, "No, I don't think so." So I turned him down at first, and then he kept coming back to me. I said, "You told him you had somebody, didn't you?" And he said, "Yeah, just go talk to him." So I went and had a conversation with him, and it ended up being the movie Deja Vu with Denzel Washington and his crew, and I went to work for him for a little while on that show, and got some guidance from him, and that transitioned me into film, and I took my skill set and applied it there.
And have you been employed on film sets in the role of armorer?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you worked as an armorer on a film set?
Considering individual episode, TV, and feature film, around 100 projects.
And have you been hired in some capacity by the Office of the Special Prosecutor?
Yes, I was contacted, it seems now maybe a couple years ago, to come on as a expert witness and try to help sort out some of the intricacies of film and armor services.
Okay. I would tender Mr. Carpenter as an expert in firearms safety on film sets.
No objection, Your Honor.
Firearm, expert in firearm safety on film sets.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Carpenter, in the time that you have worked on this case, have you reviewed documents and videos?
I have.
And can you give the jurors an idea of the types of things that you've reviewed in order to be able to render opinions?
It's been a while now, and I've looked at quite a great deal of paper, video. I've watched police interviews. I've watched videos from the set of Rust that were taken. I've reviewed documents from the district attorney's office in the form of transcripts. I've reviewed firearms. I've been able to actually go and look at the evidence. I've also looked at the rounds that were used on set, including the dummy rounds, etc., and a plethora of other things. It's categorized. It's I would say thousands of pages of documents.
Okay. And I'd like to begin by just having you explain to the jury generally what the role of an armorer on a movie set is, what their responsibilities are.
First and foremost, an armorer's responsibility is the safety of the cast and crew, paramount above all else. Secondly, from that, it is to creatively give the director and the film the look and the feel that they want. In other words, if it's a military operations show, then you will need to help them sort what a military operations personnel would have, or if it's an intelligence officer, or if it's a police officer or SWAT team member, etc. Then you help the props department find that equipment, source that equipment, and safely implement it on the set on a creative level.
In terms of the hands-on job of an armorer on set, what does the armorer do?
Hands-on, they handle the weapons, as one might expect. So you get these weapons in from a verified, safe source. You collect the weapons on the set or wherever the delivery point is. You check those weapons, and then you secure those weapons until they're implemented on the scene, and then re-secure them afterwards in chain of custody type.
And in terms of ammunition that is typically used on movie sets, we've heard a fair amount of testimony before you took the stand. We understand that frequently dummies and blank ammunition is used. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is the armorer's responsibility with regard to that ammunition and quality control of that ammunition?
Well, again, we get back to the first thing is making sure it's sourced from a legitimate and vetted place. I source most of mine from ISS, Independent Studio Services, out of California. They have a excellent safety standard there. They have an entire gun department where they check these weapons in, check them out. All of these items are checked extensively. I used to have an instructor said to me that, complacency kills, and you can't be safe enough. You cannot check things enough. So having multiple layers of safety is important. So I say that to say this, getting it from that location, you already have a sense that they're going to be what they should be, and they're going to be in the condition they should be in. However, falling back to that last statement, when we receive these items in, or an armorer receives those items in, it's important to also double verify that. So the first thing that would be done would be a safety check and an audit of all items that came in, including and especially any dummy rounds or blanks.
So it's the armorer's responsibility to take those rounds from the supplier
That's right.
and double check them.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the amount of discretion that the armorer generally has on set, can the armorer stop filming because of safety issues?
Absolutely, you would hope that you don't get to that point because there's very few people that can call cut or just stop a movie in its tracks. There's 3 departments on a movie set that can cause the loss of life if not done properly. That's special effects, stunts, and armor services. Those 3 things are very important that safety be upheld to the highest level. And yes, if you find or see or find yourself in a position where something extremely unsafe is happening, you can call cut and stop the production.
Is the armorer working for the actor? And what I mean by that is, can the armorer tell the actor what to do and not to do when it comes to firearms and firearms safety?
The quick and straight answer is yes. The armor department falls under the prop master, and the prop master department falls under the art department by technicality, or technically I should say. That is the level of command and the chain of command on that. But at any given time, you can step outside of that chain of command and give instruction based off of what you're supposed to be doing, and that is safety and guidance therein.
In your career as an armorer, have you ever had experiences where you had to just take guns away from people on movie sets?
Yes.
And why would you ever have to do that?
It mostly happens, and all of the multitude of stunt performers are going to get upset at me saying this, but it's the truth. Stunt performers, I love them. We've trained so many, and our stunt performers can be seen on almost every action movie in the last 10 years, and I'm very proud of them. However, a stunt performer will quickly say that they can do just about anything if you ask them, from fly a jet to handle a lever-action rifle. On that note, sometimes you give weapons off to stunt performers and quickly realize that they are not handling them safely or properly, and at that point in time you step in and very, politely and soft-handedly just walk over and say to the prop master or to whomever, take the weapon away and say, this person doesn't get a live weapon anymore, they get a replica or a dummy or nothing at all. And so yes, I've had to do that in the stunt world pretty more than frequently, I would say. For an actor, I've never had to take a weapon away. I've worked with actors who were not allowed to handle a weapon due to safety issues previously, but I've never had to personally take one away from an actor. I've corrected actors, but never had to take one away.
And in terms of correcting actors, what are the things that an armorer does on a movie set to correct an actor?
Again, I believe in the soft-handed approach, which is the best. Observe until it's time to step in, and at that point of observation, step in and offer suggestions. And if those suggestions are not followed, then you get more serious and say, this isn't a suggestion any longer. This is a direct action. We need to do it this way. I had one particular scene where they wanted to walk into a motel room with submachine guns, fully automatic weapons firing at the guy that kicked the door open, and the guy that was coming into the room, the actor, was going to be firing two pistols at the same time, semi-automatic handguns, and the proximity of the room was too close. They wanted to do it in what's called a oneer, which is just straight through shot, where we're not going to break it up and have little small bits and pieces of the shot. And they were pretty dedicated toward that, so I had to step in and say, that's not safe and we can't do it this way. We're going to have to break this up and make it to where everyone's not in the scene and in a small hotel room together.
And sometimes what you just described can actually affect the filming of the movie.
It can.
Okay. But that's the armorer's job, right?
It is, and your job also is to...
Okay, you're right.
Your job is also to affect it in a way that, again, is soft-handed. You give the creative side of the team what they want in the look while giving them options of safety until it becomes, and hope it never becomes, a moment where you have to say, there's just cannot be done this way at all. And generally they listen.
I want you to walk the jury through the steps that an armorer takes on a movie set when they are preparing to provide an actor with a weapon for a scene.
Okay. So you want me to get into the weeds enough to all the way from shipping to preparation, or just on the day of?
Just on the day of.
On the day of, you will have had time to prepare whatever item. And let's just say in this particular instance, it's a very simple scene. There's a revolver that the detective is using to chase a bad guy, right? You know what you're going to need for that day. Let's say he shoots 2 rounds at the bad guy, okay? And they want the revolver loaded with dummies. And the dummy rounds, as I think have been explained, are a specific entity unto themselves. You'll have your dummy rounds sequestered aside from your blank rounds that will be fired that day. It will already be safety meetings and discussions had with the props department, etc. So you know what you're doing, exactly what you're doing. It's on the call sheet, etc., etc. You take your firearm and you have it in, let's just say, a locked box or whatever you're carrying it to the set with. And when it's time for that scene to be shot, you go out to the scene, and at that point in time, you open up the box. And right when they're prepping, and you kind of get a feeling of this, you know when they're prepping, when they're bringing camera out and they're setting it up, and they call the actors out to the set, it's time to start clearing that weapon. You take that weapon out. You clear that weapon with at least 2 representatives on set. Anybody that wants to see it gets it cleared with them if they request, but generally it's going to be your first AD and possibly the DP as well, on the director of photography, which is doing the camera.
Who's the first AD in this case?
And in Rust would be Dave Halls.
And who is the director of photography?
Would be Halyna Hutchins.
Okay, please continue, sir.
The revolver would be cleared, showed to be clear and safe, and no obstructions in the barrel, nothing in the cylinder, etc., etc. You would talk about the type of rounds that you're firing. Let's say they're shooting half flash, which is not full flash blank, it's a half of a blank, right? Half flash blanks, and you would definitely take your dummy rounds out. You would show them, shake them, listen to them. It's an audible and visible view that you can look at it. You can hear it, you can feel it, right?
So in terms of the dummy rounds, I just want to make sure, are you testifying that you show the individual dummy rounds to the AD and whoever else wants to see?
Absolutely.
And the actor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, the actor may or may not be on set yet, but when they get there, this is done again. So with the actor. And sometimes you'll have an actor that says, nah, I don't want to see it, or they'll just brush it off. But as long as you've done your safety check with at least 2 other sources and moved through that process, then you've done what you should have done, along with your own checks. Having said that, you will wait until the scene is about to get to start shooting, usually no matter what they say, and they'll say, oh yeah, hand the gun out, hand the gun out. Well, you know to wait till they're about speeding sound, and there you got also the feeling of doing it enough till you know when they're really going to start rolling that camera, because otherwise you're handing off a weapon and then you're getting it back, and then the process just keeps slowing down, so you have to maintain that level of control there. At the last moment, you hand off the weapon to the actor, the scene is shot, and as long as nothing changes, meaning no one leaves or nothing changes on that set, you can stand there with that weapon, observing the scene until it's time to collect it back up. And you always want to be Johnny on the spot. When that actor gets through with that scene, they're going to be immediately looking to hand it to somebody, and they'll hand it to anybody. So you have to be there and collecting that weapon up safely and securely, maintaining muzzle discipline, etc., etc. And then if they walk off and they want to come back, then this process repeats again.
In your experience, should the armorer ever leave a gun with anyone else and leave the area?
Not a live weapon, no.
When
And
you
when I
say-
say live, I mean a weapon capable of firing a round or a blank.
A live weapon being, it could be a prop gun, but it's a real revolver.
Props or replicas are different than a live gun. So what a lot of people don't understand on a movie set is most of the weapons are real guns. As far as the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ATF is concerned, these are all real weapons. And they're serial numbered, licensed. That's a real weapon, regardless of modifications for use in film. It's capable of firing a round in some capacity or other. A prop gun is completely an inert weapon that cannot fire a round in any capacity, and a replica is simply one that looks like a gun but is not.
Okay, so pursuant to your definition of a live gun, that being a fully operable firearm, would the armorer ever leave that and walk away?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it just opens the door for any type of accident to occur. You have no management of that weapon at that point in time. It could from the most simple of things, be laid down by a performer haphazardly and picked up by any number of people or left in areas that are unsecured. You can't manage what's happening to the weapon. If someone drops it, damages it, now it's going to malfunction. If somebody sticks the muzzle of it down into the dirt and fills it with dirt, and then you fire a blank round, many things on a very, I guess we'd be on a low scale of danger, and then you work up to more dangerous things like someone having blank rounds left in their pocket and loading it, or pointing it at another person, breaching the force safety rules, et cetera, or having it stolen.
In your experience, how does the armorer generally carry the ammunition when on set for the moment that they're going to load it with dummies or blanks and hand it to the actor?
Now you get into a lot of different types of movies that you're going to work on. If you're working on a modern movie with machine guns, et cetera, and you're shooting thousands of rounds a day, then you may load your blanks into the magazines, checking them all previously. Then I tape the magazines over the top with a particular kind of tape, and I mark on that how many rounds, what type of rounds, et cetera, and we check all of those things. If it's a Western or something that's using older weapons that are more simple to operate, then I generally carry my blanks in a locked, what they call a magazine. The ATF refers to it as a magazine. It's anything that holds ammunition or explosives. So I will have my blanks in a magazine, and I will have my dummies separately in generally I use a locked Pelican box, Pelican boxes are atmospherically conditioned boxes that lock in the front, and they're made out of a heavy, durable plastic.
Those, excuse me, those Pelican boxes that you use, is that something that production pays for, or is that just part of your kit?
It's part of my kit, generally.
So you bring with you some of your own personal items.
Sometimes our company, Dark 30 Film Services, would have rented a firearm. I generally err toward the side of getting them through ISS, but when it comes to ancillary items such as Pelican boxes or means of storing and categorizing all of this ammunition, I prefer to use my own system, which is what I'm accustomed to, and I feel very safe and secure. So I would bring those things.
Okay. In your experience, are film sets frequently rushed environments?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because in any movie, time is an exact equal to money. The more time you spend, the more money you spend. And that comes from even when they invite an actor to walk, you'll have a PA saying, our actor's walking 30 seconds. I mean, it gets down to the seconds, literally, on a film. So the more time you don't have your things in order, or you're not prepared to actually get what they say, things in front of camera and on camera, the more money you're spending. So any delay of any sort is an expense to the production and to the producers or studio.
Can that rushed atmosphere have an effect on the armorer?
Yes.
And talk to us about the effect that it can have, and in your experience, what the armorer's responsibilities are.
Well, I can say this, and this is something that I was also with my one of our very good mentors always told me. He said, if you're being rushed, that's the time to slow down twice as much. And so that's generally the rule of thumb. If the production is rushing you and they're pushing you, which they do, then at that point in time you need to stop, take a beat, take a breath, and slow down twice as much as you were before, because that means you're getting into an atmosphere of unsafe behavior, and you're getting into something where you may miss something or have a misstep or overlook something, and that is not a place to be when you're in charge of safety.
If you do what you just described and you intentionally slow things down for safety, do sometimes other people on the set get upset with you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
You have to be prepared to go home. If in lack of a better word, I've always, believed, and it's very important, that if you take a role where you're in charge of other people's safety and well-being, ultimately, even in a circumstance of their life, then it doesn't matter. Your ethos or your code that you work by is, I will do what's right, regardless of what it may mean to me downstream. And having said that, there's been more than one time that I've thought, well, I might as well go pack my things up and get ready to leave this movie set, because I'm definitely not going to, to rush things.
Okay.
It didn't happen, but it could have.
In your experience, do armorers carry dummies or blanks loose in their pockets or a fanny pack?
Different armorers could carry things, I guess, any way they chose that they felt like it was secured. So, yeah, I'm sure they do. I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't feel dummy rounds are specifically spooky, for lack of a better word, also when you're using them on a movie set, because they're meant to recreate the look and feel of a real round, right? Or I should say the look without the BBs inside, which the audience would never know. So having said that, it's just a good idea to have those things in an area where you're in 100% control of them. So loose inside of bags or inside of pockets just doesn't equate to that, as far as I'm concerned. But other people may be able to manage it.
In your opinion, should an armorer leave a gun with an assistant director and walk away?
No.
Why not?
Because that goes right back to the fundamental rules of gun safety. If you're not in control of of viewing this weapon and knowing where it is and who's handling it and what they're doing with it, then you've lost control completely. So you need to be observing these things, these weapons at all times.
And are you familiar with accidental discharges?
There's two types of discharges that are in the firearms world, training world, etc. You have NDs and ADs. ADs are accidental discharges. Now, an accidental discharge happens very infrequently, because that means there was a malfunction of the weapon or something that created a true accident. Almost all discharges that occur are negligent discharges, or NDs, which means it's operator error. So an ND would be the correct verbiage there.
And are you aware, based on the review of the documents and the materials in this case, are you aware that there were, I think, what you're referring to as negligent discharges?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware that with regard to those negligent discharges, Ms. Gutierrez was not in control of those weapons at the moment?
It is my understanding, yes.
Okay. So, if there's a negligent discharge on a movie set, ultimately, who's responsible for that?
It would be the armorer's responsibility. Now, obviously, that blame also can be split with whoever created the negligent discharge, but if you create an environment for the ND to occur, then the blame is on the armorer and on the person who actually had the negligent discharge. So it's a double-sided coin there.
Okay. In your experience, does a movie set armorer generally keep their blanks and dummies locked up?
They should, yes.
Why?
To avoid any disturbance of them, anyone. Again, it's just like chain of custody in court or the law enforcement world, or any world where you have evidence moving from point A to point B. You need to have one person in control of it. More hands on it or incorrect hands on it can open up the door for accidents and things to go wrong.
In your experience, do actors generally do their own safety checks of the weapon? And what I mean by that is the actor is manipulating the gun, taking the ammunition in and out, looking at it.
You know, I've worked with a few actors that wanted to check their own weapons even after my safety checks occurred, just because they felt more comfortable doing that. As long as I was there standing and observing and letting them do that, as long as my safety checks occurred, they can do as many more safety checks as they feel. However, those safety checks are more for I guess a warm and fuzzy feeling for them, not for me as a professional, because I'm going to make sure that we check it the way that I need to check it in front of the right people and individually. If they feel like they need to do it again, then by all means.
Okay.
But that's rare.
In your experience, is the director usually allowed to handle the weapons?
No, the director generally almost never handles the weapon.
And why?
It's just not in his or her purview. I mean, the director is very much 100% the creative driving force of the film, and in that area, they're very much focused. So handling a weapon or doing anything with weapons, other than saying I want it to look like this or look like that, or this is what I want to happen in a scene, would be about the extent. But handling them, no.
Let me ask you this. If you're the armorer on a busy movie set, and you need to use the bathroom, do you just let some other people take over your role?
Well, you can let other people take over momentarily if you collect up all items, put them in an area, and do what's called a fire watch. In other words, you can bring over the prop master or someone who's in your department that's trusted, not just anyone, but someone who's trusted in your department, generally the prop master, and say, hey, I need to go to the bathroom. Then they will stand there and watch, not touch, just watch that cart or those items once they've been collected up until you get back. But it has to be someone, obviously, that understands what safety protocol is.
In your experience, should a prop master be loading and unloading weapons?
That's a particular question, because some prop masters are actually also armorers as well, and they have, it all gets down to a lot of the ATF regulations where prop masters are put on, and for lack of a better term here, on the books of whoever's firearms license is providing those weapons. So if the firearms provider has put the prop master and the armorer on their books, and they are qualified to handle the weapons and have been trained in safety and implementation of these weapons, well, in that case, yes, the prop master could step in. And there are some very good prop masters that are also excellent weapon handlers in Hollywood. And I've worked with several of them. However, in generalities, no, if you're not a trained prop master, that's why prop masters hired an armorer to do the job.
Would you expect a prop master who has never shot a real gun before to be placed with the responsibility of loading and unloading weapons?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm assuming that if they've never shot a weapon or handled a weapon, then they would, and that's an assumption for this particular, if we're talking about the prop master on this particular show, admittedly did not have any firearms experience at all. And that would not be someone I would want to be handling a weapon in any aspect.
Would it be adequate if you have a prop master on set and it's a busy set, just to spend 10 minutes training them how to load and unload the guns and then give them that responsibility?
Yeah, I do not believe that 10 minutes would adequately be able to train somebody with safety of firearm.
What do you think it would entail for someone to really be able to do that and do it safely?
At the very minimum, and I've pushed for this in film for a long time, at the very minimum, a 40-hour week training session with proper firearm safety handling, a minimum certification of 40-hour certification, I would think. And that would be the absolute minimum before you could actually, you understand this isn't the same thing as having a weapon that you have at home and you want to be safe at your home and make sure that you know how to handle it and no one can do anything wrong with that weapon, and you're being a citizen, if for lack of a better term with it. It's a difference between also stepping into the role of a safety professional on a movie set where you have other people's responsibility to look at. So that would require a lot more.
And are you actually a firearms instructor?
I am.
And how long have you been an instructor?
I've instructed on and off for 20 years. prior to my film. And then I also instructed in film as well. Out of 100% of the movies, about 20% the actors want to actually fire a weapon. In those particular cases, it's very planned event, and I have instructed and trained actors in film as well. So I guess you consider it current too, so I guess around 30 years of training.
Okay. In your experience, would it be sufficient if the movie is dealing with single action revolvers, such as this movie? Is the safety check sufficient if the armorer already has the gun loaded, brings the gun to the assistant director, opens the loading gate, and spins the cylinder, but doesn't remove any of the dummies?
No, that's you could actually look at it in a way that's actually worse than not even looking at it at all, because you have opened the cylinder, opened the latch on the side of the cylinder, you have spun the cylinder, and you're looking at it from a rear view. So all you see is the end of the back of the base of the bullet, right, of the round. So you cannot identify anything as to what type of round that is in there, except that there are rounds in there. So what you've done effectively is identify that you have a fully loaded weapon, but have no idea what type of rounds you have in there.
And have you seen videos in this case of Mr. Baldwin in the church pulling his gun?
I have.
From a shoulder holster?
From a shoulder holster, correct.
In your experience, is there anything particularly dangerous or difficult about that action that we've seen? And these folks have actually seen those videos now also.
You fall back to the fundamental safety rules, Cooper's safety rules, which everyone in the industry follows, which is muzzle discipline, finger off the trigger, etc. I'm sure you've heard this, ad nauseum so far. So on that lines, as long as you're following those safety rules, you can draw from any position whatsoever. A shoulder holster is simply a shoulder holster, meaning you're going to draw from the opposite side of your strong hand. Cross draw is a belt which is drawn across body from your strong hand, and then you have just a regular drop holster that comes down, which is on your strong side. Doesn't matter which holster, it matters not what you draw from, as long as you're following your safety rules. And it's nothing particularly difficult about drawing from one or the other, just different technique.
Okay. And let me just review my notes real quick. In your experience, is the armorer physically present for every scene or take being filmed on the movie that involves a firearm?
Yes. I should preface that by saying a live firearm, not a prop or a replica.
Understood. And in this particular case, you indicated that you went to the evidence room and you viewed the firearms that are in evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
So do you have an idea of which guns on this movie set were fake and which guns were actually real operating firearms?
I know of the weapon that Mr. Baldwin was using. I know that he had a replica. I believe it was a Denix replica, and then the real weapon. That was the only two I looked at.
Okay. Have you seen videos in this case that were taken by Production Outfitters, which is a company that does behind-the-scenes footage?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and go through some of those with you now.
Okay, sure.
are going to present exhibits 149 through 161 as we go through Mr. Carpenter's testimony. I'd like to go ahead and move for the admission of them now and ask permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. All right, they're admitted. You may publish 149 through 161.
Okay. Monitor me. All right, great. Mr. Carpenter, can you see your screen there?
50 years old, let me get my glasses on, okay?
You
I
and
can
me
see
both.
now.
All right, let's, I'm going to play for you States Exhibit 149. We don't know where the volume is. We'll fine tune it when we get started. I don't hear anything. Mm-mm.
Got a little fight to him. Everyone works for us.
Whatever.
Here, little pig. You're already connected.
I'm going to just start that over.
Can you all hear it? Do you want it up a little bit more? Up, a little bit more.
Got a little fight to him. Everyone works for us. Here, little pig. You're already connected. Want to make sure.
I'm going to stop the video here. Are we okay?
Well, they said they'd like it up a little bit more.
Okay.
Sure.
Let's see if we can.
We can't do it. George says it's up to the max.
It's on the max on this one too.
Let me double check what I've got here. Hang on.
You could put the microphone closer to.
Let's see. Let me see. Let me try this for y'all. And just so you know, because these are behind the scenes filming, I don't think we're really, there isn't a lot of close-up audio of when these people are kind of mulling around. Let's go ahead and start over.
Got a little fight to him. Everyone works for us.
So I'm stopping that at 21 seconds. Do you see anything concerning in this video?
And the number one thing is muzzle discipline. That performer, that stunt performer, I'm assuming that's a stunt performer right there, has got what appears to be live weapons, and he's got zero muzzle discipline. He's holding the shotgun, and if you back it up to the beginning, he points it almost directly at, I believe it's Joel Souza, right at the front, or I'm not sure who that is, but he's handling that weapon. That weapon should be turned down at the ground, muzzle pointed down when he's carrying it, and his pistol should be holstered and never brought out, which he doesn't, but he carries the shotgun muzzle up. You can back it up a little bit more. Right. Come on back a little bit. Right about all in here. I guess that's the young child actor right there. So these are just examples of muzzle discipline. You never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything you're not willing to harm. That's rule number 3 of firearms handling.
How is Ms. Gutierrez supposed to be responsible for what this actor is doing with this gun?
Well, from what I can see on the from the camera angles is I don't know if she's present here, and it appears that they have live weapons out without her presence. If she were present, I would ask that she. Well, I would think that she would tell that performer that you need to put that weapon pointed down at the ground. If she's standing there with him, correct his behavior with the weapon a bit.
So it's her responsibility to correct his unsafe handling of that gun.
Your Honor, object to leading again.
She's repeating his testimony, overruled.
Yes, what you would want to do is, and this is an example of a stunt performer that that I would have replaced if he could not handle the weapon properly and safely after instruction. He would have not had a live weapon.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and let me see if let me just kind of run through it real quick and see.
And it's even also more important when you've got a child actor on set or any children on set. It's very important that you, even though you wouldn't say that there are layers of safety, but as a matter of principle and just professionalism, if you've got a child on set, it becomes an exponentially more important to make sure that safety is performed.
Okay,
and it's also industry standard as well with firearms.
I've just fast forwarded the video up to 53 seconds. And I'm not particularly interested in that young man. Did you see the same stunt performer back there on that patio?
I did.
And what was he doing?
He pointed it directly at the chest of the lady or the person in the white sweater, and then turned it around and pointed it at one of the other performers.
Hey, look.
And as the camera pans around, do you ever see Ms. Gutierrez?
I did not see her in that video, no.
And you know what she looked like back in October of 2021?
I do.
Let's move to State's Exhibit 150.
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We could be it down here. Yeah, let's see, going with him here, you join him behind him. And then the brothers come out. Okay. Fleet first comes out and just as he's coming, just snatch him up. Grab him. Put your hand, I want you to throw your hand over his mouth. You don't want to scream. Yep. Right?
So we can go wider than the 75, yeah?
Yeah. What's your concerns, if any, about what we're seeing here?
The same behavior by that same stunt performer is the gentleman in the hood walked by him. He had the muzzle pointed directly to his back. And keep in mind, and this is very important, that knowing what we know now, and the reason we're here in court is that there were live rounds on the set of Rust. So you maintain one of the first safety rules is treat all weapons as they are always loaded. And that's to mitigate any problem that might happen downstream. So you have to assume that there may have been live rounds in any of these firearms that we're watching in these videos. There were live rounds there, so imagine the concern that you would have knowing that at any point in time any of these handguns or long guns could have a live round in it. So then it makes it a lot more concerning when that double-barrel shotgun's pointed to that man's back.
Okay.
You can holler to y'all come with us. And then Lucas.
He gets shot, right? And then what do I do? They come out and grab me?
You're coming out around him. No, that's later. He's sort of, he's got him. He sort of fights his way free a little bit. You grab him. There's not a guy getting...
Now, is it your impression that they're filming a scene right now?
They're prepping to film. They're talking about creative decisions of how they want to speak, talk, stand, the action.
But they're not actually filming a take.
No.
Should these actors and stuntmen already have the guns in their possession if they're not filming?
No.
Oh, well, that's the same spot. Oh, is that later?
This is the spot, yeah. He does get shot. Like this.
So am I just running past? And
Yeah, and they come around the corner. Boom.
then, just like that.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
You're gonna poop on there. And he went up holding the... So look.
So we can just see if
On their back
there's
for...
anything else that I want you to comment about on 150.
They're doing a rough rehearsal here. A rough rehearsal, just going through it.
So for the purposes of the rough rehearsal, is it acceptable for the actors, the camera isn't rolling yet, should they have the live firearms at this point?
If the armor is present and the weapons have been properly cleared, yes, they could have the firearms at this point.
Easy, Hollister. We got y'all coming with us now.
And now you gotta fight your way free. So let go, get loose a little bit, sort of throw an elbow back toward him.
Ooh, funky.
Got a little fight to him. Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the.
Do you still have concerns about that muzzle?
I would tighten that up a bit, just because of what they're doing here and with the young actor in it as well. But yes, and that's just my way of doing things.
Okay, and I'm gonna rewind and I want you to listen.
Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
Do you know whose voice that is?
I do not, and I did not quite hear that. I've got bad hearing, sorry.
Okay.
Terrible hearing.
Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That's where we like.
Do you know who that female's voice
I
is?
do not.
Okay, for the purposes of my next question, let's assume that that is the voice of Halyna Gutierrez.
Okay, and what did she say? I heard shotgun.
Let me replay it for you, because I'll get it wrong.
Got a little fight to him. Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That's where we like them.
You could honestly
Wrap the shotgun.
wrap the shotgun.
For the scene, I think,
That's
is
right.
probably what they're discussing.
Right. Wrap it around him and hold him in place with it, right.
So, assuming that's Ms. Gutierrez that we can hear, and she's present,
Right.
what should she be doing with this stuntman that we've seen with his bad muzzle discipline?
Right. She, like I say, tightening him up, pull him off, discreetly and starting off, say, hey, look, be careful where you point the muzzle of the weapon. You're swinging it around pretty haphazardly. Hopefully it's already been checked and checked properly. Then, give him a little coaching.
I'm just fast forwarding to see if there's any other places I want to stop.
It's also of note here is if you're going to use that scene that way and you're going to handle the shotgun, then clear the crew out, get some proximity, in areas of safe zones that you operate within. It's a lot of people walking in and out, and there's a lot of crew in and out of there, you just need to get that whole area under control a bit better.
Okay. And where I've stopped it here, I have stopped States Exhibit 150 at 5 minutes and 2 seconds. What do you see with regard to that shotgun right now?
It's pointed at the child, I'd say the young child actor, young actor. And it's not, understand that if you're seeing, there are scenes in movies that require, weapons to be pointed in certain directions, but you take safeguards and measures prior to that. Just standing in the middle of a rough rehearsal and doing this thing is one level above him walking around with it in between takes.
Okay. And should the actors or stuntmen walk around with their live firearms in between takes?
No.
Why not?
Again, it opens the door to any unsafe act that might occur, from loss of the weapon, like we talked about, to leaving it somewhere. I've seen all of these things occur on a movie set, to lack of control. And at the end of the day, control is how you manage safety.
Okay.
Okay. All right, sound, can we wire bone and cleat, please? Where's sound?
I gotta aim like that.
Yeah.
A little higher, because everybody's gone.
And right there, were we in between takes?
Yes.
And again, do you see anything problematic?
Same stunt performer, I would have taken that weapon away from him well before all of that.
Okay.
Or instructed him, and if he couldn't follow instruction, I would have taken it away from him.
Okay. State's Exhibit 151.
I don't even have to hurt. That was a 0.
Do you see Ms. Gutierrez there?
I do.
And you've seen this video before, right?
I have.
I'm at 8 seconds, just for the record.
0.
What is Ms. Gutierrez doing?
She's holding that double-barrel shotgun pointed up at her neck and face.
Why would that be concerning to you?
Never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything you're not willing to harm. It's a fundamental safety rule. You treat all weapons as they're always loaded, also fundamental safety rule.
How would you expect proper gun safety on a movie set if the armorer is not following basic gun safety?
That's a very good question. It would be hard to implement.
All right. State's Exhibit 152. Same problem with that guy in that video?
Same problem,
Same guy.
and I don't know where Ms. Gutierrez is. Of course, the camera's only facing one direction, so I don't know if she's behind camera or anything, but I don't see her present.
And if she is present, she's supposed to do something about that, right?
Well, you take the weapon up in between scenes. In between any usage on camera, you take the weapons up.
Okay.
Secure them.
And
Check them, and then recheck them when they go back out.
We'll go through that a little bit. What is the armorer supposed to do if you've got 3 or 4 actors or stuntmen that all have weapons and we're in between takes? Are you really required to go and collect those weapons from those actors and stuntmen?
That is correct. And if you can't do it on your own, then you need to put an additional armorer on set that can do it with you. And so I've worked in scenes where we've had hundreds of extras, and we did the miniseries Roots. We did the Battle of Fort Pillow there, and I'm guessing I had 18 armorers on that day, or 16. It was a lot. Exact number I can't remember, but I've had many gunfight scenes where you had a multitude of people shooting machine guns and around. And if you're skilled enough that you can maintain control in one small area of take, in other words, if they're filming a gunfight.
State's Exhibit 153.
Full sound. Sound speed.
Is there a reflection issue on those windows or no?
No. I'm staying out of it. Hey, girly Mark.
And set, ready, and action. Please. Oh. Easy, Hollister. You coming with us now? Please, Corley, go on. Oh. You robbed you good. We'll see. calm yourself down a little bit. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Okay. Wardrobe, we need to find a way to.
I still think you need to be coming out a little sooner, if possible.
Yeah?
So, was it your impression from watching that video that they were actually filming a take at that point?
Yes.
And what happened when the filming was over?
The camera panned around approximately 90 degrees left.
Well, let me ask you this. What happened with the actors' guns when the take was over?
I didn't see the full end of it, but they were still holding them, standing there with them.
Okay. And is that the point when the armor is supposed to come in and take them away?
Yes, exactly. And if you're filming the scene, they can be secured right there. You can have your cart that you work off of. You're doing this scene. This is the scene with the firearms in it. You can assume, unless they're using a B unit, which is a secondary filming unit, you're only filming one scene at one time. So whatever that scene is that you're filming, you can be right there present to it, and then the camera goes to the next scene. So it's not as if there were 4 or 5 scenes filming simultaneously.
Okay. So in this particular video, or in this particular circumstance, is it your opinion that Ms. Gutierrez needed to, when the camera stops, go in, take the weapons, and keep them secured until the next rolling of the film?
Your Honor, objection leading.
I think it's a direct question. I don't think it's leading.
Yes, unless, of course, they're...
Question summarizing his testimony, so go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, unless, of course, they're going to still be in that scene. Let's assume that the weapons were properly cleared, made safe, and this is what I was talking about initially. If they're never going to change anything and they're going to continue to film that scene over and over again, then sure, leave it with the performers as long as you're standing there watching them. But the minute that they walk off from in front of that camera, the weapons come back to the cart or come back to the armor. If they're in front of camera standing right there and they're like, hey, stand right there, nobody move, 30 seconds, we're going to roll again, and then we can do that all day long if you want to.
So, in your experience, when the armorer takes the weapons from the actor, and then, a few minutes later, we're now filming we're going to do another take of that same scene. What's the procedure? Do you just hand the guns right back to the actors?
No, redundancy is never a thing when it comes to safety. So you want to be redundant. Have, 1 is none, 2 is 1 mentality. You take that weapon, you move it back into the scene, you do a quick check. Doesn't take but a moment. Open it up, clear it with your DP, clear it with your first AD, show the actors clear, and hand it back out. Moments.
And when you do that, are you showing them the ammunition?
If they're using dummies, yes.
Okay. And you're showing them the same ammunition again?
That's right.
Okay. States Exhibit 154.
Ready, and action. Come on, kids. Let's go.
I don't understand you gonna die.
Okay, let's reset.
Do you have any concerns about
Just
that?
same, pretty much the same as before.
Same guy, same behavior?
Same guy.
States Exhibit 155.
Sounds like a Saturday night to me.
Almost. A wire.
So like,
Careful with the human behind you.
gotcha, so you just shoot it like this, right?
And what are we doing here? States Exhibit 155.
He actually did a 360-degree muzzle discipline breach on that one. So he went around in a full circle with the muzzle at everyone in the vicinity, and then he handed the weapon to the young actor.
And in a circumstance like this, what is the responsibility of the armorer?
Just to intercede. I would have walked in, let's just assume this was the first time I saw this, and I was standing right behind where you're seeing camera. I would have saw him with the muzzle. I'd have said, hey, Bill, or whatever his name is, I'd have said, hey, Bill, listen, make sure you keep that thing slung down while I'm sitting here watching you if we're about to, you know, do this scene. Now, if we're not about to do the scene, he doesn't even have the weapon at all, so it's a moot point. But let's assume that we're just about to film this, and I've given it and done the safety checks. And if I had seen him handing a weapon off to anyone, much less a young, you know, underage person, that would have been the end of that. He would not have been handling a weapon anymore. In my, if anything to do with me personally.
Let's say hypothetically you do that. You say, that's it. You don't get to handle weapons anymore. And let's say somebody from production comes to you and says, look, that guy needs to handle that weapon. What do you do?
And this exact thing has happened before. And I've been in that exact predicament before. And, or I shouldn't say predicament, I should say situation. Because it's only that if you allow it to be. I told them, I said, he's unsafe with the weapon handling, and I've instructed him, he is not listening, and I'm not going to have a set, and I don't want it, and you sure don't want it. So if he needs something, we can give him a replica, we can change it up. He doesn't need to use, we can go get a replica, this, that, or the other that he can use. We're not firing in this scene, so it should be fine. Or maybe we just hand him off a replica handgun, and he doesn't even use a long gun in the scene. We use a stick or a staff or whatever. There are ways around this, and at the end of the day, it's always been, you know, a suggestion placed correctly and professionally is generally listened to.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just finish that.
All right, here we go.
Hold it hard, right. That button is to be unbuttoned.
So after the weapon was taken back from the child, are you still seeing that same bad behavior from that stunt performer?
Yeah, he's toying with the weapon at this point.
State's Exhibit 156.
Hey,
carry on. Go ahead, put it in, and put it on 24. Then I go 3, 2.
3, 2, 1. There you go. All right, Candy, I'm going hot.
Yeah, do it.
And did you just see Ms. Gutierrez come into the frame?
I did.
Hey, carry on. Go ahead, put it in, and put it on 24. Then I go 3, 2.
3, 2, 1. There you go. All right, Candy, I'm going.
Do you see what she's doing?
She's just walking in frame, in front of frame.
Does she have anything in her hand?
Could you back it up one more time, please? I was watching the stunt performer behind him. Okay, she's carrying the double barrel shotgun, it looks like. Muzzle end up.
Is that a proper way to carry that gun?
It is not.
Is that a safe way to carry that gun?
It is not. And you see the stunt performer in the rear swinging that handgun around, which was what I was watching. He was actually pointing. He was talking and pointing with his firearm. Now, you asked previously why you don't hand off live firearms to stunt performers. One of the reasons, there's your reasons right there. If they don't have it in their hand until they need it, then there's no chance of them being unsafe with it.
I'm going to try to get up to what you're describing. You saw that in this video?
Yes, it's the guy with the
Right there.
Right there. He's talking and discussing what he's doing and using his pistol as a pointing stick. Again, we have to assume all weapons are always loaded, and in this case, may well have been.
Okay.
We're going to take our morning bathroom breaks. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Jurors.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Carpenter, let's continue with State's Exhibit 157. Oh, something's happened to our audio. Let me see. I'm not entirely sure what the problem is, but that's supposed to be like that. Ah.
As soon as you guys are 3 minutes away, I'll do my final wire and we'll go hot.
Here, I'm gonna just back it up so we can. 157.
What do you need to do, Thomas?
As soon as you guys are 3 minutes away, I'll do my final wire and we'll go hot.
Okay. Get hot? You need to do
No,
anything?
I'm not hot yet.
Okay, wait. I want to see where the camera's so everybody knows the time.
We'll get all that shit back once we wire him and we know where it's gotta be. Then we'll clear it.
We need to do
Okay, is the battery off and done now?
Did you see anything noteworthy in that clip?
Just muzzle discipline.
You said muzzle discipline.
And also a
Get a
weapon.
little closer to that microphone, would you?
My apologies, I'm sorry. Muzzle discipline, but more importantly, there was a weapon exchange that occurred with, I didn't see a safety check between those weapons. Not sure if it was a replica that she was handing off or a live firearm.
Okay, is the battery off and done now?
Too much talking around.
You had concerns about that.
Assuming that it was two live weapons being exchanged, I'm not exactly sure why that would have occurred. Then there should have been a safety check between those two. If he had a replica, then that would have been a good thing that he had a replica previously. But then if she handed him off a live gun, at that point in time, there should have been a safety check. But more likely in this particular circumstance, he's wired at the back and he's about to do a stunt where they're going to probably do a dead man's snatch. They're going to snatch him into that wall, probably when he's been fired upon or whatnot. Having said that, they probably took the live weapon and handed him a replica, a soft replica, so he wouldn't get hurt when he lands on the ground, metal object in his hand and whatnot. So that probably was an exchange for a soft rubber replica gun.
Okay.
And it's an assumption, I'm not sure.
And do you have a comment on Ms. Gutierrez's handling of that shotgun that she's carrying?
She's still carrying it by the muzzle end. That looks like a different shotgun actually than the previous one.
Okay. State's Exhibit
We're gonna go up
158.
sticks, so let's wait before we hook them up.
Yeah, otherwise he can catch all sorts of
Now,
stuff.
you know, I'm not saying you won't get blood on the rim. I don't know how these are.
No worries. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
How, Thomas, how much blood you think's gonna come out? If the lens is right here,
It'll get on you from there.
it'll get on the lens here.
It'll get on you.
See, I was thinking ahead.
Alright, so be careful, make sure you put it in optical flat and back the camera.
Wait, where's the blood? The blood.
Hey, Dave.
Anything worrisome in that video?
Assuming Miss Gutierrez is behind camera, then they would be prepping for that scene and everything would have been in place. So no assuming she's there.
Okay. And let me ask you this. In addition to seeing videos from the production outfitters behind the scenes collection, have you also seen some of the actual movie takes that were filmed during the 12 days of filming for Rust?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 59, which is going to be from that collection.
There was one additional.
Stop. 159. I apologize.
There was one additional video in that exhibit. Are we continuing on with the behind the scenes now?
No, I was gonna move us to I was gonna move us to the Rust
okay.
Productions videos.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Okay.
Well, just a minute, so did you publish 158, I guess is the question. Is that what the question is?
Yes, I published 158. Now we're moving on to 159.
Okay. Okay.
And Mr. Carpenter, I think I understand your question. Let's go ahead and move on to these.
Copy that.
Okay.
Mark? Set.
Ready, and action.
One more. I forgot the recoil stuff. No, right away. Let's reload.
Here we go.
So, Halyna. Hi.
Maybe slightly left.
Here we go. Come on.
Well, I had to go closer because Annie did, so. You want?
We should have had two guns and both were reloading.
And hang on just a second. I think at the beginning, for some reason, what I want to show you is out of this frame. Bear with me. Mr. Bowe, how can I do frame by frame? Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can get to what I wanted to visit with you about. And for the record, I'm just fast forwarding frame by frame. Sorry, that takes a long time. I apologize. Let me ask you this. Mr. Lewis, do you see the issue?
I do.
Okay.
I think
You're going to help me fix that?
I am.
Okay. But for the purposes of this, just so that we can move on, have you seen this video where the frame is a little bit bigger and you can see someone over on the far right side of the frame? And I can't play it on that.
I know.
Okay.
I just want to make sure this is the right one you're looking for.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. We'll swap it out. I'm gonna show you the one that has the wider frame. I apologize for that error, but we'll go ahead and go through your testimony now. So the other wider frame of this video, what do you see over on the right hand side?
Well, you have two cameras operating in that particular scene. If this is the one I'm thinking of, you've got an A cam and a B cam, meaning they're filming it from two different locations. So you're actually seeing from one of the camera angles that has an entire operating crew behind it, which will have a first aid, so they'll have a camera operator, etc., behind that camera. So imagine a crew of people, a few people behind that camera, and then you've got the other camera that you're actually seeing in frame being filmed. And a lot of times in an action sequence, they'll film it from two different angles, so you can cut and chop it up in editorial. So that's what you're going to be seeing if it's the video that I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, and the gentleman here will pull it and we'll play it. Generally speaking, and we're going to play the other video. Well, you know what? Let's move to the. I think this is. I don't recall if this is Cam A or Cam B. Oh, okay. They're keeping me straight here. Let's see.
Hey, Mark. There you go, Mark. Set.
Ready, and action.
What's happening there? Do you see this over on the right here?
So keep in mind, as I said previously, you will see a camera crew operating, and he's doing what's called a handheld right there. He's hand holding the camera and moving it, meaning it's not on a dolly or a track or anything of that nature. So that camera operator's hand holding that piece of equipment with operators behind him. Remember that the frame that you're seeing here has that exact same situation going on as well behind this. So it's a number of people out here, both behind that camera and behind the one that we're seeing POV from, okay? And that appears to be a full flash blank just from the report, the amount of powder that's leaving the barrel, the amount of report and gun smoke that's coming out. I would imagine that's a full flash blank. And one of the first rounds that he fired actually incapacitated the camera and operator in the smoke, meaning he was entirely too close to that camera to fire that. We have a minimum amount of distance that is required for safety when you're firing blanks, depending on what type of blank you're firing, and that was well within the safety zone.
And let's say you're wrong. Let's say that wasn't a full load blank. Let's say it was a half load or a quarter load. How does that? Well, let me stop for just a second and let me ask you this. Can you explain to the jury, talk to them a little bit about blank rounds and whether or not blank rounds can be dangerous?
Sure. So a few years back, the local 600, which is a camera union, and the gentleman that works in that union, he's one of their business reps, asked me to do a soft tissue video series showing the effects of soft tissue from blanks. A tomato is a very good example of the human skin from a very non-scientific standpoint, right? But the internal part of a tomato and the external being the skin tissue is a very good example. So we took a tomato and at different distances fired quarter flash, half flash, full flash blanks at that tomato in high-speed cameras to show the effects of it. You also get down to blanks that get into 1.8, 1.6, 2.3, but that's really, really small things that just make the firearm operate if it's a semi or fully automatic, and not something that we would be dealing with here. So getting back to your point directly, we did that video series, and a full flash blank from the distance of easily 6 feet to 8 feet can peel the skin off and do damage, trauma to the inside of it. Half flash blank at 4 to 6 feet, so forth and so on. Again, not an exact distance ratio to hear it today in court, but well within any distance that's being fired there would have done damage to human tissue if it would hit it. And you can almost assuredly say that was a full flash blank from the distance of the report. You can see the smoke travel from the muzzle, which is the area of the firearm where a projectile technically would come out, from the muzzle end of that weapon to the end of that initial smoke stream, which if you had a high speed enough camera, you would see fire in there as well. It's gunpowder burning inside of that smoke. You can see that it's all the way to the camera, which is approximately, I would say that's about 8 feet, 7 to 8 feet.
Is there any, when a blank is fired, is it possible that something is expelled from the firearm?
There is things expelled from the firearm. Now, movie blanks are a bit different than, say, a military blank. because they're meant to be shot in closer proximities, et cetera, and you want all the particulates inside of the casing, i.e. the gunpowder, anything inside of there, to completely and totally burn up, almost like magic powder. You've seen the magicians throw the thing and all that paper burns up instantaneously, something to the effect of that. You would want it all to burn up as quickly as possible the minute it is ignited and leaves the muzzle of that weapon. Okay, so there is a little bit of difference. However, it still sends unburnt powder and particulates out of that muzzle, which can put an eye out, burn the skin, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Not to mention the concussive force of it alone.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to that frame right there. Specifically that frame, what's concerning?
Well, he's within, outside of the bounds of safe distance. In other words, he's well within the no-go zone there, and he's pointing and firing the weapon directly at camera. Now, there are particular scenes which are set up in a very specific and controlled manner that you can, point at or near camera. But for the most part, you always instruct any of your performers to always aim off camera. Never aim directly at somebody, aim directly off of them, even if it's 4 or 5 inches or a foot or two, right? Now, I'm just speaking with an empty weapon that's already been cleared, not to mention a blank, where this is not even what we're talking about now. When you just generally aim a weapon, cheat it to the side a little bit. But in this particular case, we're firing a blank. You would want to have 4 feet off camera angle that he should be shooting to the side, and keep in mind, no camera crew behind there as well. That entire right hand side or right camera of where he's shooting should be completely clear of any personnel, and he should be shooting at least 4 feet off to the right of that camera, and he should be at least 21 feet away.
Okay.
One more. I forgot the recoil stuff. No, right away. Let's reload. Here we go.
So, Halyna, hi.
How many movie sets do you think you've worked on in your career?
100.
That conduct that we're seeing on the part of Mr. Baldwin, is that typical conduct from an actor on a movie set?
No.
Why not?
Well, number one, he's basically instructing the armor how to do their job at that point, telling them that we should have had the gun second reload, hurry up, give it to me fast. This is that moment. This is that moment I spoke about earlier. This is that moment that you need to stop and say, no, I'm not going to hurry up, I'm going to slow down. And we don't need to be, passing off weapons this fast or loading guns this fast. This is creating an unsafe and nerve-wracking situation to describe it in more layman's terms. Always on any kind of live training exercise, military training or whatnot, you don't want to put people in a nervous position. That creates, now you can stress, it's a level of stress that's necessary in realism training for military and law enforcement. This is not that. This should be separate and apart from that, and even when that's being done under those circumstances, it's done in a controlled manner. But rushing with firearms and telling someone to rush with firearms is not normal nor accepted.
Okay. And for the purposes of a couple follow-up questions, I want you to assume that that gentleman there in the black with blonde hair is the first assistant director.
Here we go. Come on.
Well, I had to go closer because Danny did, so. You want?
Okay, copy.
We should add 2 guns, and both were reloading. No.
Okay.
Did you see him just walk away?
I did.
What's your opinion on that?
I don't really know what he was doing in that particular moment. I saw Miss Gutierrez attempting to reload that weapon as fast as she could, of course assuming it's blanks, and we're using the same weapon. She was doing it. It looked like the prop master may have been holding the lever action over his shoulder. Not really sure what Mr. Halls was doing.
Okay. Is Mr. Halls the person who's responsible for doing the weapons check with Ms. Gutierrez?
He would be if you were doing it in that particular scene, just reloading blanks to it. Would be a quick, check with the armorer and with the actors. They're loading it to ensure their blanks being loaded. But many times in a situation like that where you're being rushed to that extent, that's when safety starts falling by the wayside.
And could you see, and I can replay the last few seconds of it, where Ms. Gutierrez was getting her dummy rounds?
You could replay it. I didn't.
Let's see. Let me back up a little more.
I forgot to recoil stuff. No, right away. Let's reload. Here we go.
So Halyna,
Here we go. Come on.
well, I had to go closer because Danny did, so. You want?
We should have had two guns and both were reloading. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see in the video where she's getting her rounds from?
It looks like she was getting the blank rounds, assuming they're about to fire again from her fanny pack.
And would that be advisable?
I prefer to operate out of a secured box for my blanks that have been pre-checked prior to. Again, that may be her protocol, operating off. But in my experience, having multiple things in one area together that are not sequestered apart from one another just leans for potential trouble downstream.
Okay. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 159. So 159 is the other camera angle of 160, where we can see 160 is where we can see the cameraman on the side. Let's do 159 again now that it has a little more context.
Set.
Ready, and action.
Could you, in that moment, see the smoke go directly at the camera?
I could.
Frame by frame, please. Oh, that might be more than I can do. Okay. So that shot, when he fires the gun that time, did we see that initial shot from the other camera?
It appears it may be the first one or the second one. I think the second one was the more concerning.
Okay.
Not sure where that started from.
What are we looking at here?
Well, the camera lens has got smoke obscuring it. Cameras can be, relatively tricky when you're viewing it from the angle of the camera and after that. But the better angle on that was the first angle from the first one. But again, it's difficult to see. You just see smoke over the lens.
Having seen the other video, is it your opinion that the smoke that we are seeing right here is from the gun being fired at the camera?
Correct. I mean, the other camera told the story of what occurred there, the more correctly.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
All right, State's Exhibit 161.
No, just.
Yeah?
Just.
When you drop your arm, that means he's 10 feet away. I can't see how close he is, then I want to be almost up by the time he gets here.
No, I'm gonna go into this.
Yeah.
Well, let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up.
Right.
Then when he drops his arm, Halyna get out, he drops his arm, that means Brady's close. I'm going to start to really get up.
Okay.
Do you see anything concerning here?
He's doing what we saw previously in one of the other videos with the stunt performer. He's using the weapon as a pointing stick, as if it's his finger.
And you've seen this video before.
I have.
And what is your understanding about what that gun's loaded with?
It's loaded with probably full flash blanks, but blanks.
Okay. When Mr. Baldwin behaves this way and is using the revolver as a pointer, what is the responsibility on the part of Ms. Gutierrez?
To intercede and correct any unsafe behavior. Now, obviously, again, we're talking about the nuances of doing it. I would start off pulling him aside or talking to him individually and say, if we could, let's be careful with that muzzle. Remember muzzle discipline. I even have a little thing that I talk to when I hand a weapon off to an actor, and it's what I used to say back in the day. I would say control, and the actors would have to repeat the word control to me. And by repetitively doing that, it becomes a mental training technique to teach them that they are now fully in control of that weapon, and their actions while they have it is on them. They are part of that other side of that coin we talked about. If moving past that, I was not getting any result on that, I would have to intercede in this on-camera moment or in rehearsal moment. And then from there, it just depends on whether or not they want to be safe on scene or they want to find somebody else.
Okay. All right, we will go ahead and play from 23 seconds.
Here we go, let's try it.
And everyone
Rolling,
just
rolling.
need to be right here, like in the path of the gun. Could you please move?
Did you hear that?
I did.
Tell us what's going on there.
It sounded like Miss Gutierrez attempting to correct the fact that she knew that Mr. Baldwin was pointing that weapon in an unsafe manner, and she was attempting to move the crew out of the path of where he was pointing it, knowing that it was loaded with blanks.
Is there a problem with attempting to move the crew?
That's one of the two things that should be occurring. You identify the problem that created the fact that the crew was in an unsafe position, and then you clear out the crew. And she was attempting to, I would assume, not correct Mr. Baldwin, but try to make the crew in a more safe position.
Okay.
Is that a quarter load?
It's a quarter, yeah.
Did you hear that?
Check quarter loads, is that what she said?
And do you know whether or not it was actually a quarter load?
I do not know.
Okay. In terms of the timing of Ms. Gutierrez telling, and why don't you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of how many people are behind this camera?
So in a particular scene like this, assume they're shooting it with one camera, camera A, okay? Then you're gonna have your sound, you're gonna have your sound mixer, you're gonna have your camera, your DP, director of photography, you're gonna have your first AC, generally a focus puller, first assistant camera, you'll have a second assistant camera. More than likely wardrobe is gonna be on set as well, hair and makeup as well. You could have even PAs on set standing there. So you're looking at anywhere in a scene like this between, 6 and 11 people out there.
Is it
Props,
advisable?
I'm sorry, props, of course. I left props out.
Okay. Is it advisable for Ms. Gutierrez to wait until the last minute to tell the crew to get out of the way?
No, the direction of firing should have been established prior to the scene. Which way is Mr. Baldwin going to point that weapon? Which way is Mr. Baldwin going to discharge that weapon? Where he's going to walk and in what angle is he going to walk? His starting point, his ending point. And you take all of those things into consideration along with the type of load he's firing, and then you move your crew out appropriately.
Okay.
Second, if I'm gonna shoot right, do you wanna go on the other side of the camera? I don't wanna shoot toward you. Okay, right here. Okay, I wanna shoot close to you. Here we go. Set. Here we go. Ready. And action. Go! Motherfucker.
So, can you give us an idea? Is it important when you're on a movie set and you hear the word cut, is it important that the actors not continue to fire the guns?
Yes. And then when you say cut, everything stops, and it's not just from a creative standpoint, it's also from a safety standpoint. Keep in mind, you're dealing with stunts, special effects, explosives, et cetera, et cetera. So when the word cut is said, everything should cease immediately.
So in this instance where Mr. Baldwin was firing the gun after the word cut, is there anything that you would have done?
I would file that under the category of going, as the old saying goes, off script. He went off script there and fired for whatever reason that I guess he felt he needed to, but I would have probably said something to him about that as well.
Afterwards?
Afterwards.
Okay.
I would have asked him why he did it, and I would have probably phrased it in a way that it was like, is something wrong with the firearm? Did you have it cocked? Was your finger still on the trigger? Why did that extra round go off at the end?
Yeah. Now, obviously, Ms. Gutierrez is not as experienced as you are. Does her lack of experience, in your opinion, change the amount of responsibility she has as the armorer on the movie set?
Once you take, I would like to expound on that a
Sure,
little bit.
and move your microphone a little closer if you can, if it will move. Okay.
Once you take on the responsibility of safety for another person, you take on the responsibility of making sure that you do what's necessary, even if it's inconvenient, even if it's not in your best interest. And if that isn't something that you feel capable of doing, then you should never step into that position. And it's unfortunate, I feel, that Ms. Gutierrez's experience level on this film may not have worked in her favor. Is the best thing I could probably say there. However, she took the position, and therefore these people on the movie set depended on her guidance and her professionalism to keep anyone from being harmed. And convenience isn't an option at that point.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness. Can I unplug? No. Okay.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I want to first talk to you about your experience and background. It sounds like you were in the police force for how many years?
I worked on and off in different law enforcement groups since about, I want to say about 94 up, and I would bounce back and forth in different departments.
How many years total were you in the police force?
If you count total, I would say probably 4 or 5.
Okay. You were in SWAT?
I worked on New Orleans Police Department SWAT during Katrina.
Okay, sir, and you were in Katrina?
That's correct.
And then you also worked after that. That's when you started in the movie industry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, so how would you say in total, how many years do you have firearms experience?
Including film?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I would think, makes me feel old, probably 30 plus years.
Okay, and in 30 plus years, I take it you've developed protocols, you've developed best practices over that time. That's probably evolved.
Yes, sir.
So, sir, when you started, is it fair to say you probably didn't have those same practices you have now?
That would be correct.
Okay. And you've been trained both in the military, the police and the film industry, and over time you've developed those series of practices and protocols?
Correct.
Okay, sir, and do I understand from that there is no national certification of armorers?
That is correct, especially in the southeastern United States.
Okay, sir. And that means there's no governing body that certifies how much training or experience armorers have to have?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that you said earlier that 40 hours of training was something that you would think would be required. Am I wording that correctly?
Yes, sir, it is a minimum.
Okay, as a minimum. Now, and that's from your experience and background, but that's not in any kind of protocol or written format as in an armor.
That's correct, sir. And those hours, if I might add, would just be for safety handling. If you were going to additionally add the work as a professional armorer, you would need some OTJ, some on-to-the-job training under tutelage.
Okay, sir. So ideally, there would be a national body that would have a set hours, 40 hours minimum, then on-the-job training a certain amount, and that would be the practice before an armorer is certified.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the time of this movie, obviously in 2021, that was not the case. Is that correct, sir?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay, and also there is a difference, is there not, between union and a non-union armorer?
Well, you can be in the union and work on a non-union show. The union armors, depending on which union you're in, like the 44 out of California has different regulations and different safety standards. So really is the point of the union gauges and follows the craft a little bit better, but it kind of interchanges depending on which job you want to work on.
Okay, now when you know from working over the course of your career, there's different tiers. There's lower tier movies, lower budget, and there's higher tier movies.
Correct.
Okay, sir, and I think you said that in your practice now, where you're at now, you try to work with the higher tier movies. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, sir, and you're established, you have your production company. You try to work with the reputable suppliers like ISS, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware from your experience that people just starting out, that may be working on these lower tier movies, you're not going to have the kind of resources, management support, that kind of thing. Is that a fair statement?
It would be.
Okay, sir. And on those lower tier movies, would you agree with me? A lot of times because they're lower budget, because of how they allocate funds, there's unsafe practices that may occur.
That is correct. That would be a correct statement.
Okay, sir. And would you also agree that production has some responsibility as well to set the safety tone and to make sure certain safety practices are occurring on that set?
Most certainly.
Okay, sir. And that would also include the first assistant director?
Well, the first assistant director kind of runs the tone and tempo of the movie set itself, whereas the production company would be the governing body that would put these safety standards into practice that are already present.
Okay, sir. And part of that safety responsibility, for example, if there were negligent discharges like there were in this film, there should be a chain of custody and reporting format, and then something done to address that if there's a safety issue like that. Would you agree?
I would.
Okay, sir. And on this set, you knew that from your review and your work in this case, there were 2 negligent discharges. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with one. The second, I believe, may have been the prop master. I'm not 100% sure what the second one was, but I know there were 2.
Okay, sir. And on both of those, you don't know all the ins and outs of them, but you just know kind of what they occurred. One involved the prop master, Sarah ZACHRY. Is that right?
That is correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Now, you said earlier, and I've heard this phrase before, I'm familiar with it, 2 is 1 and 1 is none.
Correct.
So, sir, I think you applied that in this set to, ideally, would you believe there should have been 2 armors?
Yes, they should have had more than 1 armor on this movie.
Okay, and that's because, in your opinion, this was a gun-heavy set, is that right?
Yes.
So, on a gun-heavy set like this, it's ideal to have 2 armors. Were you aware that the Rust production company actually had Ms. Gutierrez Reed working as a part-time armor?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and is that, so that, because you believe there should have been 2, I take it that's not an advisable practice on this movie?
No, it is not.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed sometimes would have them to do props duties and take away from her armor duties?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, in anything that you read, were you ever aware that on days when they brought out real firearms, Ms. Gutierrez Reed also would have to run and do props duties?
It is my understanding that she was having to do that continuously.
Okay. And sir, were you aware, or have you learned in your course of your review that production treated Ms. Gutierrez Reed as some days were prop days, some days were armor days, and that's how they allocated that?
From a financial standpoint, yes.
Okay. And sir, if they bring out real firearms and it's a prop day, those firearms don't magically change into props, obviously. They still require an armor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you said that those firearms should first come from a legitimate prop house, verified safe source, and that chain of custody is very important. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. And chain of custody, because you were a police officer, is also important in evidentiary items.
That's right.
Okay. So with regard to a firearm, you want to maintain that chain of custody as the armorer and going to the actor and coming right back. Is that fair?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. Now, if on this set, if the first assistant director took possession of that, I think you've already said that should never happen. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And under no circumstance should the first assistant director be possessing those firearms. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know that you also said that multiple layers of safety is important. And on this several of the videos, we'll get into those more in a second, but I noticed Mr. Halls, the first assistant director. I don't know if you knew what he looked like, but Miss Morrissey said to assume. Did you see that individual?
I did.
Okay. Now, in certain videos that we saw, if Miss Gutierrez Reed is not present, do you understand under the safety bulletin that then that falls to the first assistant director for responsibility for safety?
The safety aspect, yes, but the gun handling, no.
Okay. So under that scenario, if Miss Gutierrez Reed, for example, has been sent off to do props duties, would it be incumbent on the first assistant director to call her back? Somebody call her back to come back and deal with the gun handling?
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a circumstance where that happens, you would expect as a professional armor with your years of experience, somebody to call her back and say, come back, we need you on this gun scene.
Right. If there was a firearm needed to be delivered to or used in a scene, then yes, they should have called her back. She should have been present.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the union that we talked about briefly, in the early stages, do you know people have to get certain hours to become a part of the union?
That's correct.
Okay. And while you're doing that, sometimes people have to take jobs in these lower tier movies?
That is true.
Okay. And again, to do that, sometimes you're going to have to deal with situations where you have a part-time position, but that's not something you would ever think would be advisable for an armorer.
No, it should not be.
Okay. And sir, let me ask you this. Even if it's a movie set with two guns or a really small grouping, is it ever advisable to have a part-time armorer like this?
So what you're describing is a day player versus a run of show, ROS. And so, yes, sometimes if there's a show that's only using a couple scenes that have firearms in it or a few firearms, then they can call in an armorer for a day player, 1 or 2 days to come in and handle that one particular thing, and then that be it.
Okay, and that when would a day player scenario be okay to do?
I can tell you one of the last times I worked on Interview with a Vampire, the latest television series, and they had one scene in a funeral home where the actor was shooting a Derringer at someone, and they called me into day play for that exact scene only, and that would be an example.
Okay, but on this particular, I'm sorry about that. Thanks for doing it. Is that better?
Yeah, didn't you turn this up?
Yeah, but that doesn't
Okay.
control the sound.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Is on this particular Western set, when you've got so many firearms, you wouldn't have a situation where you'd have a day player, that kind of thing.
No, I would not think so. It's too many moving parts, too many firearms out at all times.
Because we saw in those videos, and I understand what you're saying, there was a lack of muzzle discipline in several scenes, and you described that. We didn't see, though, in fairness, the entire video of the context. Would you agree with that?
Just a clip, that's all we saw.
Okay.
Correct.
So in fairness, sir, you don't know at times when you were saying, I assume, you don't know if Miss Gutierrez Reed came up after and said something to those people about muzzle discipline?
No, I do not.
Okay. And sometimes, and I'm not holding this because you're just looking at the clip too, like all of us.
Sure.
But in certain situations where you might think there's a full blank, there might be a quarter load. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So, in fact, another scene I think we were looking at, you talked about replacing a replica with a live weapon, and he was going to get thrown back into the wall. In that instance, I don't know if you were totally sure whether that was a replica.
No, I was not. No.
Okay. On the Rust set, there were primarily real firearms. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Do you know, sir, how many replicas there were?
I do not. Not at that count.
Okay. So in general, every time the Rust set had guns out on that set, they should have had the armorer present doing armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you said they should have had 2 armorers.
That would be very fair.
Okay. And sir, with regard to the industry, you may have answered this. If you have, I'm sorry, but is there any specific licensing requirement for armorers in the industry?
It is not.
Okay. Is there any specific checklist or written protocols for duties of an armorer?
Industry standard and safety protocols put out by IATSE and SAG, et cetera, and CSATF. But aside from those guidelines put out, that is pretty much industry standard, there's no hard and fast rules other than just what's expected on set.
Okay, sir, and I know with your professional experience and how long you've been doing this, you've developed very good practices and best practices. But in terms of an armor just starting out, there's nothing really to guide a specific checklist, for example.
Nothing short of the Cooper's 4 rules.
Cooper's 4 rules, which I want to talk to you about that for a second. Those are what you describe. Treat every firearm as loaded. Don't point at something you don't want to destroy, and keep your finger out of the trigger guard unless you're ready to shoot. Those kind of things.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And sir, you saw several clips with Mr. Baldwin violating those rules.
Correct.
Okay, and I think towards the end I want to talk about that a little more. But he was using the firearm to point at people.
In that particular scene, yes, sir.
Okay, and he also, I think, did you notice if he had his finger in the trigger guard in any of those?
In that particular scene, I noticed that he did not. He had it on the trigger guard on the outside.
Okay. And was that the one where Miss Gutierrez Reed was present?
That was the one where she advised crew to step away from the line of fire.
Okay. So, do you know whether she had also told Mr. Baldwin before the scene to make sure he didn't have his finger in the trigger guard?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in that particular video, clearing the line of fire is an important part of what an armorer does. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, sir. And Miss Gutierrez Reed did indicate she was trying to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to vintage weapons in this type of Western set, in your experience and training, do they require any specific training for safe use?
Not apart from what we've talked about, the basic. They're not a complex weapon system. They're a very rudimentary weapon system. In fact, one of the first modern types of firearms in that category. So aside from just safe weapons handling, they don't require any specificity in that.
Okay, sir. Now, I know that you testified earlier that you're a big proponent on training.
Very.
Sounds like, okay. Now, were you aware on this Rust set that production had a one-day training with all the actors in production?
Yes, I'd heard that.
Okay, sir. And to you, with your background and experience, to you, would that have been advisable to have everybody trained in mass on that one day?
It would not have been advisable. It all depends also on the level of experience for each individual actor. Some may have more experience. You can vet them out pretty quickly by just speaking to them for a moment and see how they, what actionable words they give you back for your questions. Having said that, you make your decision on who needs more training or less training based off of that. But having a one-day mass training is not the best way of doing it.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the stuntmen, were you ever aware in your review of this case that they were not participants at that training?
I did not know if they were or not, no.
Okay. You talked about the steps an armor should take to prepare a particular scene. Now, one of them, and can it vary by the complexity of the scene?
It would very much, the basic fundamental safety things
Yes.
of checking the firearm, doing an audit on the firearm weapons that you're going to use, the ammunition you're going to use, that remains a standard. Now, you're exactly right in the fact that if you're using a M249 or something that's a complex belt-fed weapon system, crew-served weapon system, then you would need to have more training, more time spent with it, and complex. In this particular case, we're dealing with more vintage, as you said, rudimentary weapon.
Yes,
so yes,
sir.
to answer your question directly, yes, the more complex, the more time needed.
Okay. And sir, did you know on the day, the October 21st, that production was about 2 hours behind schedule that morning?
I was aware that they were behind. I didn't know exact time. Yeah.
Okay. And in a situation where, I know you said you need to slow down, but you knew they were probably in a rush situation that day, at least a little faster.
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it advisable in those instances to have a safety briefing before a scene with firearms every time?
Yes, each day you should have a safety briefing if firearms going to be used, and camera can rush all they want to, or props can rush all they want to, but those three areas of the set that are dangerous, they need to always take their time.
Okay. So, sir, I want to ask you if you would assume that for a moment that Baldwin is in the church, he's has the weapon, Miss Gutierrez Reed is outside, she's not aware that he's going to be using that weapon. At that point, he goes off script, calls an audible, and starts using it. Should someone in that church have gone and got Miss Gutierrez Reed and brought her in?
Yeah, if Ms. Gutierrez was not present in there with the live weapon, then someone should have looked up at the point and said, "Where is our armorer?" and called her in.
Okay. And that would have been important for her to come in and monitor that scene, do the safety briefing, those kind of things with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right, sir?
Safety briefing generally is conducted by the first assistant director, and then sometimes the armorer is allowed to speak if anything is needed to be done at that point in time. But yes, before that is used or any of that stuff is implemented into the day, and then those things should have been done.
Okay, sir. And as part of that, would you expect that they call her back in? She needs to take the weapon, do that safety check you talked about with Mr. Halls, the first assistant, and then once that's cleared, it goes back to Mr. Baldwin?
That's correct. Took the weapon, cleared it with at least her DP or her first assistant director, a two-part check, and then obviously the actor that's handling it and anyone else in the room.
Okay, sir.
That wanted to see it.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Okay. And were you aware whether Miss Gutierrez Reed was having to attend to prop duties on the moment of the 21st when Mr. Baldwin did do the rehearsal scene?
No, sir, I was not aware of what she was doing.
Okay. Some of those videos that we watched just now, did you notice that Mr. Baldwin was essentially ordering people around?
Yes.
And I think we saw one of them where he said something like, "Go, go, go, reload, reload," something like that?
Right.
Okay. I think he said that here we see Mr. Baldwin ordering not only the armorer, but looks like the camera crew.
Right.
Okay. Now, in that instance, when she's being ordered, I think you mentioned that you would step in and say, take them aside gently and say, we're going to have to slow down. This is a safety issue.
Right.
Okay. Now, with regard to an A-list actor like Mr. Baldwin, would you agree that it would be difficult for a young armorer trying to get in her second or third production? She's not had 100 productions. Would that be a difficult situation?
It would be a difficult situation.
Okay. And with that much speed and that much happening and being rushed, and it's Alec Baldwin, is that something that it didn't look like anybody was doing anything?
Right.
And including, I think we saw Mr. Halls in a few of those. It didn't look like he said anything either, did he?
It didn't appear to.
Okay. With regard to the props department, I forgot to ask you something. Miss Sarah Zachary was the props head. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and were you aware whether she was Miss Gutierrez Reed's boss as part of that department?
Yes, typically the prop master is the boss of the armor. Correct.
Were you aware whether Miss Zachary had training in the use of firearms from Seth Kenny?
No, I wasn't aware of that. The only knowledge I had of her was her statements that she was not proficient with firearms.
Okay. I think you mentioned in your direct testimony, if she was trained or proficient, then there's a certain instance where she can handle weapons as well.
Correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about gun safes and properly maintaining weapons. Were you aware whether production provided Miss Gutierrez and Miss Zachary a prop cart?
I'm not aware of the prop cart.
Okay. Did you know the quality of the safe that was provided to them?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, I know you said you had a Pelican box, but do you know whether they provided Miss Gutierrez Reed anything like that?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those scenes in the videos we saw, there's blank fire by Mr. Baldwin, and the cameras are right there. We just went through that. Did you see any of those plexiglass shields?
Well, flat on the front of it. I did not. I think maybe there was one on the front of ACAM but I'm not aware of it for 100%. But it may have been one on there. Thinking back now.
And can you tell the jury what those plexiglass shields are used for?
So the plexiglass shields are used to, you would hope that they were there to protect the operators, but they're really there to protect the cameras. So the cameras are very expensive, and they don't want them damaged in the middle of any kind of gunfire or anything of that nature. Generally small shields that go over the lens of the camera to avoid any kind of damage.
Okay, sir, and as part of that, would you agree that in Hollywood there's certain tricks they try to use to make sure, even though it looks like it's pointed at the camera, so it's actually pointed camera right or left?
That's correct.
Okay. And in some of those videos, is it fair to say that, in fact, one, I think you mentioned Miss Gutierrez Reed was holding a shotgun with the muzzle pointed upward.
Right.
Is it fair to say it's difficult from that angle to determine whether it was pointed directly at her or a ways from her?
The angle of the firearm would be hard to determine, but the general handling would be it's pretty standard.
Yes, sir. You would say that it should have been pointed differently.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple questions about the dummy rounds on set. I think you said you inspected them. Did you find a mixture of types of dummies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you've done 100 films as an armorer. You've been around this business a long time. Was it your conclusion these were lower quality dummies, for lack of a better word?
That would be correct.
Okay. And some of them, is it true that some of them rattled, some of them did not?
As far as the rattling, I'm not sure if all of them rattled or did not. I know that some of them had holes drilled in the base of them. They were just a mixed assortment.
And sir, did you also know there was a round called a Denex round? Are you familiar with those?
I'm familiar with the company Denex. I believe it's a Spanish company. They make a lot of replicas and whatnot. They do make fake, I wouldn't call them a dummy, I would call them a fake bullet. They don't make them to industry standards. They make them to, let's say you had a display case in your office and you wanted it to look like an Old West gun from New Mexico. You'd have the weapon in there, which was a replica that looked very authentic, but it wasn't a live gun, and then you'd have some of those Denex rounds in there to look like you had the live rounds in there. They would be for display only.
For display only.
Yes.
Now, would you think it, with a part-time armorer, various types of mixture of dummy rounds, including rounds that rattle and rounds that don't, is that a safe situation when somebody's trying to manage that?
No.
And are you aware that production was the one that sourced the ammunition?
No.
Purchased the ammunition.
I'm not aware of who actually purchased it. No.
Okay. In general, in your experience on movie sets, when ammunition needs to be purchased, is that through the props department, production, or who does that?
Generally, the props department via the armorer, and whoever the armorer is gives their a recommendation of where they would like to get this from, and then they submit the invoice to production to be reimbursed. On a lower production, it would be fair to say that the production may pay directly to a source of the ammunition, but most importantly, it's through the chain of the armorer or the prop master if they're a certified person on the books of this, ATF books of this person, to receive it through that process.
Okay, sir. Now, these dummy rounds cost some money. They're not super expensive, but, there's various types, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't typically just throw the dummy rounds away after a scene, would you?
No.
Okay. I think you mentioned that obviously live rounds never have a place on set.
Correct.
Okay. So as part of the safety bulletins, you mentioned Mr. Baldwin had a replica Denex 45 and also the real 45 Colt. Is that true?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Under the safety bulletins, isn't it advisable to use rubber weapons whenever possible?
Yes, absolutely.
So in the tragic situation when Mr. Baldwin was doing the blocking rehearsal, with your training experience and how long you've been in this, would it have been advisable never to use a real weapon in that scene?
Absolutely.
And in fact, under a blocking where you're not even filming, would you ever want to use a live weapon?
There's absolutely no need for it unless the actor specifically requested, in which case we fall back to the protocol. We talk about the armor being present, et cetera, et cetera. You can, in a blocking scene, literally props many times have Nerf guns or shoot your finger. I mean, it's just for drawing focus and trying to make sure that everything is in the right spot that it's supposed to be in.
Yes, sir. Okay. And so, with regard to that, if Mr. Baldwin, and I don't know if you're aware of this, if he always preferred the real weapons, is that something that would have been advisable?
It would have been a bit outside the norm. I have worked with some actors that from time to time wanted to use the real weapons. It just costs more time and effort on the armorer's part to be present each time you're doing a blocking scene with something that's not necessary.
Okay. Just a moment, sir. I'm just reviewing a few. Okay, I want to move to the videos just that we watched. 149. Again, we're not certain if Miss Gutierrez-Reed was present or not in that particular video.
Is that the one where the camera panned 90 degrees, or was that just?
And I'm sorry, sir. That was the first one we watched. Where,
with the young actor came up close to camera.
Yes.
I can't see behind camera, so not sure who was there.
Okay. Now I know that you mentioned that with regard to the next video we played, that we know now that there were live rounds on set.
That's right.
So Mr. Baldwin needed to treat the real weapon as if it was loaded.
That's correct.
Okay. Now in the review of this case, you're not certain when those live rounds appeared on set. What day, is that right?
No.
Okay. Or how they got on set?
No.
Okay. But in any event, Mr. Baldwin at that moment should have still treated that weapon as if it was loaded, going back to the other rules.
Correct.
Did you read the OSHA report in this case?
It's part of it, some of it.
Okay. And do you know that they found fault with production for several safety violations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know that those safety violations for that there was a financial penalty?
Correct.
Okay. On this particular budget, did you review any of the budgetary items for Rust?
Not many. Not
Okay.
many. No.
Did you look at whether there was money budgeted for the armor?
I did not.
Okay. And one more on video 158. I know that there were some assumptions made about various things, but is it fair to say Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have instructed, if we can't see it on the video, she may have made those instructions?
Remind me which one 158 was, please, sir?
That one, sir, and I'm getting a little confused, but Baldwin's yelling, one more, here we go, come on.
Gotcha.
Okay. And on that one, we don't know exactly what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have done?
No.
Okay. On video 160, this is where Mr. Baldwin instructs the armor how to do her job, telling her to, you saw that video.
Right.
Did you know whether the rounds in her fanny pack, whether they were sequestered?
I did not.
Okay. Who, in terms of a blocking of a scene, directs that? Is that the director?
The director generally blocks a scene along with the director of photography, the DP. They work together.
Last portion you talked about, you said that Baldwin went off script. And that was the video where they yelled cut, and then Mr. Baldwin cussed, and he fired, right? And again, would you agree that's a unsafe practice Mr. Baldwin is doing?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
And now that we know what happened, we now have seen another instance where he went off script, correct?
Correct.
You want to just a moment? You don't have no further questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Mr. Carpenter, when you first started out as an armorer, would you have held a shotgun with the barrel pointing in the direction of your own head?
I would not.
And when you first started out as an armorer, would you have permitted a stuntman to hand a double-barrel shotgun to a child?
I would not.
So those aren't things that you learned over the years not to do, correct?
Correct.
Can everyone hear Mr. Carpenter? Okay.
Sorry, guys.
The dangerous handling of the shotgun in the videos by the stuntman, was it ongoing?
It was.
And did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez intervene?
Not in the videos that I've watched, no.
Did you ever hear her voice call out to the stuntman telling him not to do that?
I did not.
And during those videos that we saw with the stuntman and the gun, he was actually on numerous occasions pointing the gun at people, correct?
Correct.
And he was doing that when cameras were not rolling.
That is correct.
Is it the armorer's job to make that stop?
It is.
Regardless of whether this is their first movie or their 100th movie?
Correct. The safety protocols are in place to mitigate accidents, and they're there for a reason. That you have to follow the standard of safety, i.e. checking firearms, checking rounds, checking dummies, and maintaining, again, I know I've said this more than a few times, maintaining the 4 safety rules in their entirety.
And you indicated that a lot of the training that armorers receive is on-the-job training, right?
That's correct.
And in reviewing the discovery in this case, did you become aware of how Ms. Gutierrez received her training?
Somewhat. Understood that it was a little bit of tutelage from her father, from Thale Reed, and that is about all that I knew.
And let me stop you there. Are you aware of who he is?
I am.
And based on what you know of Mr. Reed, is he qualified?
He's a qualified armorer to work. He works in a specific genre of films more than anything, and he's been on a lot of major shows.
Does he have a reputation in the industry?
He does.
Oh, sure. Let me direct the question a little more. Does Mr. Reed have a reputation for being qualified?
Yes.
Based on everything that you know about this case, was it a low-quality dummy round that killed Ms. Hutchins?
No.
And whose responsibility is it to ferret out any possible live rounds on a movie set?
It's the armor's responsibility.
And sir, I want to ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set where you discovered live rounds?
I have.
And how did you discover them?
I came in initially as a day player, then left the show. Unfortunately, the prop master had a health issue. The show called me back in to do run of show for the rest of the show, so I'd been gone and did not know what they had, what the equipment was, et cetera, et cetera. So the first thing that you do is an audit of the entirety of their equipment. So I went to the safe, went through all of the safe, all the firearms, looked at everything, went through all of their dummy rounds that they had available, and I picked up, you've done this long enough, you can just pretty much know it by feel. I picked up a box of 12 gauge rounds that were used for set dressing, which is just decoration such as this handkerchief or that pair of glasses on a set in a scene where these bad guys were just loading their guns, getting ready to do something bad. And that had apparently been used in a scene prior to me being on the show. I picked up the box of shells and they were in a plastic container. I immediately felt the weight was wrong on them. And I took one out, looked at it, and it appeared to be live to me. I took it back to the workstation, dissected it, and it was a live round. At that point in time, regardless of the health issues that the prop master had, I immediately contacted him and said, what happened? And I said, we're shutting everything down. We're taking everything out of this truck, getting rid of everything on this set immediately. And he said, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
So you actually just stopped production?
I stopped our part of it. Nobody was getting a firearm out on set, period.
Okay.
They can film the scene on the beach if they want to, but no one's getting a firearm at that point.
And you found the live ammunition by just doing your inventory, correct?
That is correct.
On a movie set, whose responsibility is it to maintain chain of custody of a gun?
It is the armor.
And whose responsibility is it to maintain chain of custody of ammunition?
The armor.
In your opinion, should Ms. Gutierrez have given the gun to Mr. Halls?
No.
Should Ms. Gutierrez have given the gun to Mr. Halls and then left the room?
No.
And let's say that she's got prop duties. Is that an excuse for an armorer to leave the room and leave a real gun out of her sight?
Unfortunately, no.
When you are an armorer on a movie set, and let's say you also have prop duties, how do you prioritize those things?
They generally, if it's a movie where they only have a few firearms, you can work props on the days that there's no firearms present and armor on the days that weapons are present. But an intermingling, the two never shall meet. In other words, if there's firearms on set and you're doing prop duties, you're an armorer. You're not a props person because you cannot do both jobs adequately.
Okay. And are you aware that October 21st, 2021, she was actually, that was one of her armorer days?
I was not aware of that.
Based on your review of the documents in this case, who loaded the gun before it was handed to Mr. Halls?
Ms. Gutierrez.
And on a movie set, whose responsibility is it to ensure that anyone handling a gun on set has received proper training?
The armor.
Mr. Bowles asked you a question about whether or not it would be difficult for a young armorer just starting out to perhaps ruffle the feathers of, I think he referred to him as an A-list actor. And you indicated that that might be a difficult position. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is the armorer required to do it anyway?
If it becomes a safety issue, yes.
In your opinion on the set of Rust, was it a safety issue?
Yes, it was.
You were asked some questions about Ms. Zachary being Ms. Gutierrez's boss, and I want to ask you, in the film industry, can the prop master tell the armorer what to do with regard to firearms?
They can administratively tell them what to do with firearms, i.e., we're not going to use any today on scene for this reason, or maybe they choose to get the firearms from a different location that the armorer wants. But from a safety standpoint, the armorer is the final say.
Okay. And you were asked some questions about the safe that was used to hold the guns in this case. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez actually picked out the safe?
I was not. Excuse me.
And you were asked some questions about Mr. Baldwin demanding that he have his real gun during the blocking. Who permitted the real gun to be used during the blocking rehearsal by Mr. Baldwin?
Objection is speculation.
What are you going to say about approaching from now on? Come up on every objection.
Do you recall the question?
Could you repeat, please?
Who permitted the real gun to be used during the blocking rehearsal by Mr. Baldwin?
Ms. Gutierrez.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask a few more questions?
Do you have any objection to that?
As long as they remain within the scope of redirect, I do not have an objection.
Go ahead.
So a few more questions on that last question. You're not certain whether, or do you know whether Mr. Halls handed Mr. Baldwin the weapon?
It's my understanding that he did hand the weapon off to Mr. Baldwin.
And is your understanding as well that Miss Gutierrez Reed was not in the church at the time Mr. Halls handed him the weapon?
Also true, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to the prop duties that were discussed on redirect, were you aware whether production was directing Miss Gutierrez Reed to focus more on props duties?
I was not.
Okay. Were you aware that on the day in question there were a number of props that needed to be present?
No.
Council approach. Thank you. All right, council approach.
Face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name's Ryan Winterstern.
And would you spell your last name for us, please?
WINTERSTERN.
Thank you. Mr. Winterstern, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes.
And what was your involvement?
I was one of the producers.
And as a producer of the movie, can you give the jury an idea of what your description, your job description was as a producer?
Me specifically, or the producers in general?
You specifically.
I was one of the producers who helped procure the financing for the film.
Okay. And were you on the set of the filming pretty regularly?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that you were on the set every day?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you typically do while you were on set?
It just depended on the day. Sometimes I'd be a liaison to the actors.
Okay. The primary reason that we've asked you here today is because the defendant testified at an OSHA, or actually it was an Occupational Safety Board hearing. And during the hearing, she testified that she spoke to two producers, one named Ryan and one named Nathan. She wasn't clear about the last names, but she did identify the first name. She said that she had come to Ryan and Nathan and complained that she needed additional armor time to work, in particular with Mr. Alec Baldwin concerning his cross draw. Do you have any recollection of a conversation with the defendant about her needing additional armor time?
I don't recollect that conversation.
Okay. And do you believe that she had that conversation with you, that it would be something you would have remembered?
I believe so, that I would, if the conversation did happen.
Okay. Did you have many conversations with her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's likely something you would have remembered, you say?
I assume so.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good morning, Mr. Winterstern.
Good morning.
I believe you said that your involvement pertained to financing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is the financing of a film gathering investors to contribute money for the funding of a film? Is that what you mean by that?
That could be part of it.
Okay. Now, can anyone just invest in a film, or do you have to be an accredited investor with a high net worth?
I believe anyone can invest in a film.
Okay. Is it true that a film that's made here in New Mexico can have, it actually receive about 40% of its costs back as a transferable and sellable tax credit?
I don't know the exact. There is a tax credit though.
Okay, you don't know the specifics, but would you agree with me that there is a tax credit where you get costs back?
Yes.
And that tax credit is in fact transferable and saleable?
I don't know specifically. I know that the at some point there is a credit that can be monetized.
Okay, and that credit that's monetized, that would be there regardless of whether the film even makes money at the box office, right?
I believe so.
So would you agree with me then that Rust was essentially a tax shelter?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, do you know what a tax shelter is?
I don't know the definition.
What is your I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. So, so do you know what a tax shelter is, basically?
Objection. Asked and answered.
What if I told council, because of the outburst yesterday, everything is approached, so come up.
Now, you're one of the producers on this film. In the beginning, were there 6 producers for the film, or was it 10?
There were, I believe there were 6 people listed as producers.
Okay, and who were all the producers of Rust?
So there was myself, Alec Baldwin, Ryan Smith, Angel Nigam, Matt Del Piano, and Nathan KLINGHER.
Okay. Now, to me, I'm not greatly familiar with film. That sounds a little top-heavy to me. Is that normal for a low-budget film to have so many producers?
I don't know specifically. I would say it could. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. And part of the producer's job, you mentioned financing, but it also involves the budget for the film, right?
Well, I mean, in terms of what?
In terms of the budgeting for how funds are going to be allocated to make the film.
Oh, a budget is made, but that would be by the line producer.
So you're saying that just the line producer makes the budget? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the line producer is the one who creates the budget.
Did you have any role in helping create the budget?
I received the budget. I saw the budget, so I was part of the process in terms of I was able to see the budget.
All right, and you then approved the budget also, right?
Objection.
Mr. Winterstern, were you involved in approving the budget in this case?
I would say that my role was to procure the financing to match the budget.
I see, okay. And you became involved in this film, it was several months prior to the actual filming, right?
Yes.
How many months was it?
I don't know for certain, but roughly I would say 3 to 6 months would be safe.
So for 3 to 6 months before starting to film, you collaborated with the other producers to plan this film, right?
Yes.
And you planned who to hire?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. Who to hire in terms of the hierarchy? For instance, Gabrielle Pickle.
Yes.
Okay. And who to hire in terms of who is going to assist with props, armors?
No, that would come more closer to production.
Okay. Well, you were a producer, right? Oh, but I guess the question is, did you have any involvement in the process of hiring the armors?
No, not that I can recall.
But your planning did involve what resources to allocate, right? To the various departments for the film?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Are you aware of the original budget for this film? I think you did say you were involved in the financing and reviewed the budget. So were you aware The original budget for this film was $7,000 for the armor, $7,000 for an assistant armor, and also funding for a full-time prop master.
No, not that I recall.
Okay, are you saying that you don't recall what it is, or that that's not what you remember?
I think what I'm saying is that the line producer creates the budget, and it's predicated on union obligations, and so they would create that predicated on what that would be. I don't really get involved in what they call the below the line aspect of it.
Okay, so the below the line, you are above the line, right?
I believe a producer is part of the above the line.
And as a producer, you don't know what funds were set aside for the armor?
I did not know. Not that I recall.
Do you recall what day filming actually began?
Specifically?
Right.
I know it would have been in October of 2021. I don't know, I can't remember the exact date. I would assume it was early October or around October 10th.
Okay. And do you know how many total filming days were allotted for this film?
I believe it was, at the time, I believe it was 21.
Okay. And you said you didn't know, I believe, specifics on the budget breakdown for what was allotted for the armor, or part-time, or assistant armor, all of that. But were you aware that it finally came down to the set having just a part-time non-union armor with no assistant armor?
Like I said, I wasn't involved, so I don't recall specifically how those decisions were made.
Were you aware that Halyna Gutierrez was only working as an armor part-time? She was also working as props. Were you even aware of that?
Council approach.
Is there an objection, Your Honor?
Yes, he's good.
Are you aware of what was finally allocated in terms of the armor for Rust?
I don't recall.
Are you aware whether there were any other armors who were willing to take the terms and the pay that was being offered?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Right. I think you said on direct that you were on location. You were on location every day, right?
Yes.
And once filming began, you were actually present for some of the filming itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the actual signatory for the Rust Movie Productions, LLC?
My understanding is it to be Ryan Smith.
And he was also one of the producers, right?
Yes.
And he was on location during the filming as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was the owner of the Rust LLC ever at one time Alec Baldwin?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yes. Was the owner of the LLC who owned the rights, let me rephrase that, to the movie ever Alec Baldwin or his company?
That was my understanding.
Okay. So I want to be clear. So if I understand what you just said correctly, Alec Baldwin was at one time the owner of the rights to Rust LLC?
Objection.
What can you
Just a minute, he objected.
I think I know it. So with respect to ownership of the movie rights, what was your understanding of Alec Baldwin's ownership?
That he had at some point commissioned a script, or through his company, and that him or his company had controlled that script.
Okay, and you said had controlled that script. Did Alec Baldwin, to your knowledge, ever sell the rights back to Rust?
Yes, that in order for the film to get made, the rights were transferred to Rust Movie Productions LLC, from my understanding.
Okay. And was any part of your job as the producer to give direction to the stills photographer?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Were you were also there on location when the shooting occurred, right?
I was at base camp.
Right, and base camp is on location, right?
Yes, I assume so then, yes.
Well, I want to make sure you said previously, I believe, that you were on location every day, right?
Yes.
So you recall being there on location the day of the shooting?
Yes.
What did you do? I guess, how did you become aware of the shooting?
I heard it on a walkie-talkie.
Okay. And once you heard that, what did you do?
I headed towards set.
Okay. And when you got to set, is it true that Ryan Smith was already there on location?
Yes, from what I remember.
And there was actually an attorney representing the production company there on set too, right?
That I do not know.
Okay. You don't remember talking to an attorney on the day of the shooting?
I do remember there was someone, but I don't know what their role was specifically.
Okay. So sitting here today, are you saying you don't remember if there was an attorney on set the day of the shooting?
No, like I said, there was an attorney.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know specifically what they were doing there.
Okay. Did you know that attorney, whether or not that attorney represented the production company?
I did not know at the time, no.
Do you know that now?
No, actually, I don't know.
Okay. And after the shooting, did you see Alec Baldwin at any point?
Yes.
Right after the shooting, when you ran up there?
I don't recall exactly when I saw him specifically, but I do remember seeing him at some point after the shooting.
Do you ever remember seeing Alec Baldwin outside the church making phone calls after the shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Baldwin also there with his assistant Jonah at the time?
Yes.
And this is after the shooting?
Yes.
And did you talk to Mr. Baldwin in that moment?
I'm sorry, which moment?
The moment after the shooting, when you're there and you see him on the phone?
I did speak to him at certain points, I believe. Yeah, I remember speaking with him.
Okay. And have you communicated with Mr. Baldwin since the shooting?
Yes.
In fact, is it true that you did stay on the production after the shooting and finish the film, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Do you remember the morning of when the camera crew quit?
I'm sorry.
Do you ever remember the camera crew in this production of Rust quitting?
Yes.
Were you aware of any of the without telling us right now, were you aware of any of the grievances that the camera crew had about, were you aware of any of the grievances that they had throughout this production?
Yes.
Were you aware whether any of those grievances had to do with not being properly paid?
Not that I can recollect.
Were you aware if any of the grievances about regarding the camera crew quitting were about production ignoring requests about safety meetings?
Not that I can
No?
recollect.
Well, were you ever made aware of emails sent to emails sent by the camera crew stating reasons why they quit?
Well, there's only, I can only recall one email.
So you were aware of an email that camera crew sent stating reasons why they quit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take any steps to try to remedy the situation with the camera crew?
My understanding that the people who were in charge were handling. So I just assumed that the people who needed to take care of however that needed to be handled were doing that job.
Okay, and so you assumed that people were in charge were handling it. Who would that be? Gabrielle Pickle?
Yeah, she'd be one of the people, yes.
Would that be Dave Hall?
To a certain extent, sure, yes.
Okay. It wouldn't be Hannah Gutierrez, right? She wasn't in charge, was she?
I think the context of that question matters.
Okay. Let's talk about, were you ever made aware of accidental discharges when making this movie?
I was aware of one.
Okay.
That I can remember.
Did you, in fact, you said you were made aware of it. You actually heard it go off, didn't you?
That's how I was aware. I was aware because I heard it.
Okay. And as a result of that accidental discharge on set that you actually heard, did you direct any safety meetings about that?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that's not your responsibility to direct safety meetings? Or to tell your people that you need to do safety meetings? I heard this accidental discharge.
My understanding is that the AD department is the safety officers.
Okay, AD. Is that David Halls also?
Dave Halls would be the AD, yes.
Okay, but AD worked for production, right?
Yes.
And you're a producer, right?
Yes.
And Alec Baldwin was a producer, right?
Yes.
In fact, Alec Baldwin was not only the producer, he was also the star of the film, wasn't he?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that he would have significant influence over things that happened on that film?
I would say as an actor, yes.
And as a producer, right?
Like I say, it depends on the context.
Okay, and as an investor that benefits from those tax shelters?
I'm confused. I'm confused by that question.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. Just a minute, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Winston, do you recall the defense counsel just asking you about whether one of the complaints from the camera crew was accidental discharges on the set?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall the defense counsel who was just standing up here asking you questions about whether one of the camera crew's complaints was regarding accidental discharges on set?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, come on up.
You were aware of at least one accidental discharge on set, correct?
Yes.
And who would you expect to be in charge, the person responsible for ensuring that there are no accidental discharges on set?
My assumption would be that it would be
Overruled.
I would say it would be both the AD department overseeing safety, and also it'd be, I would assume, the role of the armorer.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Nothing further.
excuse, thank you. All right, we're gonna take our lunch break. Please be back downstairs at 1 o'clock. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated. Does she have one? I can't see. Testing. Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The state called Nathan Klinger.
All right.
Okay, you're gonna stand before the judge and you're gonna raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Nathan Klinger, Klingher.
Thank you. Mr. Klinger, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes,
And in what capacity?
I was one of the producers.
All right. And as a producer, what were your job responsibilities particularly?
My primary job responsibility was helping to close and raise all the financing and then confirming that the movie got finished.
Okay. So even though you were involved mainly in financing, were you on the set every day or almost every day?
Yeah, I would say almost every day or for some capacity of time.
Okay, thank you. The main reason we've asked you here today is because the defendant, Ms. Gutierrez, testified at an OSHA hearing that she had spoke to two producers, one named Ryan and one named Nathan, that she had asked you all for additional training time with Mr. Baldwin. Do you recall any conversation like that with the defendant?
I don't recollect that conversation, and I feel confident I would.
Okay, so if she had approached you with this conversation, you believe that's something you would remember?
Yeah,
correct?
I do. I believe that. Yeah.
All right. Did you have very many conversations with the defendant on the set? Or at all?
No, very few. I don't recollect many conversations at all.
Great. That's it. Pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Klinger, I believe I heard you say that your primary role as producer was financing, right?
Correct.
Does financing involve gathering investors to contribute money for the funding of the film?
Yes.
Okay, and so in order to be an investor for the funding of the film, do you have to be accredited, like have a certain net worth?
No.
Can anyone be an investor for the film?
Yeah, if you invest.
Okay. Is there a threshold amount that you would require, in other words, to be an investor of the film?
No.
So I can invest in a film for $100?
Yes, but yes, you could theoretically.
But what?
That would be a lot of legal work for a very small investment.
Okay. So is it fair to say you're looking for big investments, right?
I would say so.
And do you know, do you have any knowledge of Rust's, if any of the Rust's costs were returned, or the amount, how much of Rust's costs were actually returned by New Mexico tax credits for filming here?
Not directly, I don't believe.
Are you aware of any of Rust's costs being returned by New Mexico's tax credits?
What do you mean by returned?
I guess I mean by being able to claim costs as a tax credit.
Yeah, a percent of the budget would be a tax credit.
Do you know what percent of the budget is a tax credit?
Not directly. My assumption is somewhere between 20 and 25%.
Okay. All right. Who would be responsible for determining the actual budget? And what I'm looking for is basically what was in each envelope for various things to film. Do you understand?
Yeah, the line producer, I would believe.
And who's the line producer?
Gabrielle Pickle.
All right. Does the line producer also collaborate with the production team on budget issues?
Yes.
So as a producer, do you have any oversight over the budget?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what funds were set aside for the armor in the budget?
No.
As a producer, do you consider yourself responsible for ensuring there were sufficient funds available for, let's say, below the line workers to have a safe production?
I didn't build the budget, so I wouldn't have knowledge of directly what was allocated to what.
Okay, so you don't consider yourself responsible for that part?
No.
Do you recall any safety issues on set?
I recall when Lane Looper quit, he flagged some safety issues.
Okay, and Lane Looper actually sent an email, did he not?
Yes.
And was that email a day before the shooting death of Miss Hutchins?
Yes.
And as the producer, did you do anything in response to that?
I confirmed the necessary day-to-day production staff who oversaw the set were on that email, and yeah, I made sure that they were aware of it, yeah.
Okay, and when you say the necessary production staff, who are you referring to?
Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters.
Okay. Did you do anything to allot more armor days to the budget?
No.
Were you aware of an accidental discharge that occurred on set?
I don't believe so.
And were you there on location on the day of the shooting?
Not directly on location, no, at base camp.
Okay, is base camp actually there on the location of the...
It's on the ranch, but it was quite a ways from the actual location.
All right. Were you aware if on that day there was an attorney representing the production company there on set?
Not directly, because to my knowledge, she wasn't representing the production company.
Okay, so you are aware of an attorney there, right?
Yes.
Do you know who she was representing?
No.
After you became aware of the shooting, did you actually head up to the church?
Yes.
And did you do anything when you went up there?
I remember I helped carry some pews so the ambulance could drive in.
Okay, did you help carry those pews out of the church where the shooting had occurred?
No, they were already outside of the church. I just helped move them out of the way of the sort of entrance to the church.
Okay. And the producers, how many producers were there actually?
I believe there were six. There were six.
Do you know, are there two producers by the name of Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. What are their last names?
One was Ryan Smith and one was Ryan WINTERSTERN.
Okay. Now, you said that you were there, I believe, on the day of the shooting. You've told us your role. Are you?
No.
Just a minute, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just one very quick question. Are you the only producer with the first name Nathan?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're excused.
State calls John Ziello.
stand before the judge, you gotta raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone, please.
Sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
John Ziello.
Mr. Ziello, what do you do for a living?
I am a grip in the film industry.
Explain to the jury what a grip is.
Grips do the non-electrical lighting as well as camera rigging, any overhead rigging, mounting cameras on cars, all the fun stuff. We're like the MacGyvers on set.
Excellent. Mr. Ziello, how many different film sets in your career do you think you have worked on?
100.
You can include TV and other things.
Hundreds. I work in commercials and television, so quite a lot.
And were you employed as a grip on the set of the movie Rust?
I was the key rigging grip.
And what's a key rigging grip? Is it any different than what you previously described?
Usually you would have a department that's separate from the actual grips. There's a key grip, and then the key rigging grip is a parallel to him. So you have your own department separate from his, but you carry out orders basically from the DP together. So.
And the DP being the director of photography?
Yeah.
And was that Ms. Hutchins?
Halyna in this case, yes.
During your career, how long have you worked in the film industry?
15 years.
And during the 15 years that you've worked in the film industry, if you can estimate for the jury, how many times do you think you've worked on movie sets or TV with armorers?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 50 maybe.
Okay, a fair number of times.
Yeah.
Were there issues with regard to guns and gun safety on the set of Rust that stood out to you?
Yes.
Can you describe those for the jury? Mr. Ziello, when you were working on the set of Rust, did you personally see issues with firearm safety that concerned you?
Yes, I did.
Will you explain to the jury what's coming to mind as I'm asking you that question?
On 2 separate instances, I came across the cart where they moved the guns around. The armorist would bring them to set and set their cart up, and on 2 separate instances, I came across that cart basically unmanned with nobody around it, and looking around.
Let me stop you there. Was there anything on the cart that caused you to be concerned about the fact that it was unmanned?
Yes, there were firearms and ammunition on top of the cart.
And why did it concern you that it was unmanned?
It's just not something you see normally on a set. It felt wrong, and it looked, anybody could have done anything they wanted to those weapons, and nobody would have known.
In your experience working on movie sets with armorers, is that something that you usually see?
No, there's usually a chain of custody. Gun goes from armorist to actor, back to armorist, back to storage.
Can you recall ever seeing guns and ammunition laying out unattended on a movie set?
No.
Was there anything else with regard to firearms safety that you witnessed that caused you concern?
One instance, we had a large scene in the cowboy town, like in the main part of the western town, and there were a lot of guns involved in the scene. We had finished the majority, like the big wide part, and I ended up standing next to an actor who still had his pistol in his holster, was not in the current scene because we had moved on to another scene, and he was playing with it, messing around, and I just jokingly was like, "Hey, don't shoot me," with that, like, quit messing with that thing. I was standing right next to him, and it's not something you normally see.
So was Ms. Gutierrez supervising that actor when he was playing around with his gun?
No, he was standing by, either waiting to go in again, possibly, or hanging out after he had just finished. I'm not sure.
In your experience working on film sets with armorers, are the actors generally permitted to walk around with their real prop guns and manipulate them?
Again, there's usually like a strict chain of custody, they call it, and it's armorist, gun back to armorist, back to storage. You don't usually see them left with the actors.
In your career, have you ever seen that you can recall?
I don't think so.
Okay. And sir, were you present on set on October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
I want to start, why don't we start at lunch, okay? Did you have lunch with the crew that day?
I did.
And how did you get back? And just to be clear, how far away is the lunch area from the town and the church?
About a quarter mile. It's walkable, but there's vans, and you get rides typically. And I had my personal vehicle on set, my truck, and I would use it to go back and forth.
Okay. And on that day, did you drive yourself to the lunch area?
Yep.
And did you drive yourself back?
I did, but I also picked up Halyna and drove her back with me on that day.
And where did you drop Ms. Hutchins off anywhere?
Yeah, right at the church. I dropped her off in front of the church.
And just to be clear, were you in the church at the time of the incident?
I was not.
Let me ask you this, were you close enough that you heard the incident?
I was about 100 yards away. I heard everything. Well, I heard the gunshot go off.
Do you have experience with real firearms?
Some.
When you heard that sound and you were, I think you said about 100 yards away,
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any idea what it was?
I honestly didn't know if it was part of the scene. I didn't know if they had started or not. I did not. It didn't raise any major concern to me until someone came out yelling, call 911.
And is that something that you heard on your radio, or did you see that with your own eyes?
I saw that with my own eyes. I heard them yelling.
To call 911?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you realized that there was some type of an emergency?
I immediately ran into the church.
And what did you do when you got inside the church?
I saw Halyna laying on the floor being worked on by the medic, and Joel was to the left, and our dolly grip Ross was attending to him. And at that time, all the pews were still really tight up on them, so I immediately started chucking pews out of the way, and I moved the dolly, and I cleared room for them to work on Halyna.
And did you stay in the church while they were performing life-saving measures on Miss Hutchins?
Yeah, I did. I was, excuse me. I was directly involved in first aid with her for a number of minutes before the paramedics had arrived on the scene.
And when you say that you were directly involved in first aid with her, do you have any first aid training?
No, I was just assisting. The medic was having trouble keeping the oxygen mask on Halyna's face. She was flailing and tearing it off, and myself, the gaffer, Serge, and our Steadicam operator, Reed, were all around helping stabilize her. I had her head and neck, Serge had her arms, and Reed had her ankles, I believe.
Was it apparent to you that she had suffered some type of a serious injury?
Yeah.
And why was that apparent to you?
She was bleeding and in pain, and I saw the wound and realized it was life-threatening in the area that it was. And
when you say you saw the wound, where was that?
Entry was under her right armpit, I believe, and exit was just inside of her shoulder blades, I think.
And did you see both of those, the entry and the exit?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, were you relieved by paramedics?
Yes, the paramedics showed up and we all fell back and let them take over.
If you recall, when you were in the church attempting to render aid, did you see Ms. Gutierrez or hear Ms. Gutierrez?
No, they cleared the church pretty quickly. I pushed past whoever was maintaining the door at that moment and went in. But they were trying to keep everybody out of there.
Okay. And at some point then, did you leave the church?
Yes.
And when you left the church, where did you go?
I left the church because they were calling a helicopter and a lifeline or whatever you call it, and they needed a landing zone cleared, and I immediately jumped on Channel 3 with the Teamsters and called for the water truck to come over and clear out a landing zone, and I started trying to get vehicles out of the way. I actually hopped in a police vehicle, tried to move it, and quickly had an officer come up and say he would do it.
I'm sure. Did you take note of anything when you were outside the church? Did anything catch your eye?
I believe after that, the helicopter thing, I came back and saw Dave Halls and Hannah having a conversation. Dave Halls was asking Hannah to see the pistol and wanted to clear the gun and look at it and see what was in it. And I believe he retrieved it. I think in my initial interview I said she had grabbed it, but in my notes that I took afterwards, I believe he was the one who actually pulled the pistol out of the church and brought it outside.
And were they standing around or over a cart?
Yeah, there was a black Rubbermaid cart just to the left side of the door. If you're looking at the front of the church, just to the left, it was tucked in. It was already, it's kind of, for shooting, we always tuck things in tight around the door, and it was already there, and they were standing in front of it.
And what were they doing?
They were removing the bullets from the gun and attempting to check them and see which were dummies and which weren't, or what happened.
And did you have any concerns about that?
I did. It immediately felt wrong to me, and I thought to preserve it, I pulled my cell phone out and actually held it up, tried to record that happening. And I was just so flustered that I actually didn't push record, so I didn't get any footage actually, but I stood there holding my phone as though I were the entire time.
So you were attempting to video record them taking the rounds out of the gun?
Yeah.
Did you happen to see what happened to those rounds?
Yeah, they took them out one by one, shook them, checked them, and I believe they ended up on the Rubbermaid cart as they were going through them.
Okay. And was this a rather stressful event for you?
Yeah.
Were you interviewed by the police in a trailer on October 21st?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review the statement that you gave?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your thoughts are about the accuracy of your statement?
Honestly, it was pretty inaccurate. I had just found out Halyna died 5 minutes before that, and I was very emotional, and after watching it, several times I misspoke in that.
And why do you think that you misspoke and had some errors in your statement?
I don't know. I think I was just flustered, and I think I said there were 5 bullets when there were 6. It wasn't anything big, but it was just simple, errors.
Do you recall in that interview describing the armorer as a blonde person?
I believe I was talking about her assistant, or who I thought was her assistant.
Okay.
But no, it wasn't. I wasn't trying to describe Hannah.
Okay. You understood that Ms. Gutierrez was the armorer?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Do you recall when you gave that statement mentioning that the blonde-haired assistant had brought the firearm into the church?
Right.
And the blonde-haired assistant on the movie was Sarah Zachary. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time, at least, when you gave that statement, you indicated that it was Sarah Zachary who had brought the firearm in the church.
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. Now, you stated today that you gave that interview shortly after this had happened, and it was traumatic. Is that obviously?
Yeah.
So you made several misstatements?
Yeah, I believe someone told me that she handed it off when we were after the incident. I don't know why I purported that.
Okay. Well, and right after that, it wouldn't be unusual for you to make a mistake and something like that. Was it hard for you to even think and concentrate?
Yeah, definitely. I was still crying in there.
And when they interviewed you, were you still on the set? Were you still there?
Yeah, they made us wait around to be interviewed. Anybody who was directly involved.
You also talked about the cart on direct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you need it.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
You also talked about the cart, and you indicated that when they came out to load, it was the Rubbermaid cart.
Yeah.
And do you recall also that you thought it was the special effects cart?
Yeah, the special effects guys had a lot of gear in and around that area for the scene that was happening. They had a bunch of poppers set up in the church, and they I believe their firing station was in that area, so that's why I indicated that.
Okay, that's one of the things you said, though, that they had loaded it by the special effects cart.
Yeah,
Okay, so
it may have been. I honestly don't even know if that was a special effects cart or if it was the armorer's cart. Now, I can't tell you.
okay, so as we sit here today, I mean, is it fair to say, because of the trauma of those events, that maybe your memory's affected some, which wouldn't be unusual?
I took contemporaneous notes in the days after and have a pretty good recollection of what happened in that time frame.
Okay. I want to ask you about the incident you were talking about with the cart and the firearms left out on it.
Sure.
Are you certain those firearms were not replicas?
I have no idea. They could have been.
Okay. And when you walked by that cart, do you know what time of day it was?
It was late morning.
Early morning?
Late morning.
Late morning?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what day that was?
No, I couldn't give you a date today. We had just shot one of the bigger gun scenes where we had, I believe it was the most guns in any scene that we had at that time.
And because of how many guns were involved, did you see the armor and her, or Sarah Zachary, her boss, did you see them attending to those firearms?
During that scene, yes.
Okay. So when you saw the cart, was the scene completed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see them still dealing with the firearms?
No.
Okay.
We had moved on into another building, I believe, around the corner, and that cart was left behind.
Okay, in any event, you didn't know whether they were replicas or not. Did you report that to anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. And the other instance, I think you were talking about kind of joking with somebody that had his firearm still. Did you report that to anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple quick follow-ups.
Okay, redirect.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Mhm.
Sorry about that. Just one more question, sir.
Sure.
Did you know on that, when you walked outside and saw that cart, did you know whether the prop cart was over by the black tent?
When are you referring to?
Yeah, I'm sorry. When you came out and saw them unloading the firearm, was the prop cart, do you recall it being near the black tent or not?
I don't believe it. Was there a black tent there? I think there was a black tent on the right side of the building, and the cart was on the left side, if I recall.
Okay. The cart that you remember seeing?
Yeah, the cart that was just outside the door to the left.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Redirect.
And just to be clear, Mr. Ziello, did you see who brought the firearm into the church after lunch that day?
No.
The day that you saw the firearms unattended on the cart, you indicated that there was a big gun scene that had just happened?
Mm-hmm.
And just, if you don't mind saying yes for the
Yes,
record.
sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And in that scene that was taking place that day, if you recall, did it involve the firing of blanks?
It did.
Do fake guns fire blanks?
Not to my knowledge.
And the gun that was on the actor, was there anything about it that caused you to think it was a fake gun?
No, that was a real gun.
It was a real gun.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have anything else. Appreciate you.
All right, you're excused. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
State Halls, David Halls.
George, can you take that button off?
stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone, thank you. Would you like some water, sir?
I would, please.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Brian's gonna get it.
Give me just one moment to swap out my notes. State your full name for the record, please.
David John Halls.
Mr. Halls, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. I was a first assistant director on motion pictures and television programs.
How long were you a first assistant director?
Since the mid-90s, I think we could probably use, for motion pictures, 94, since 1994.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to move that microphone a little closer to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And in October of 2021, were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
I was.
And were you employed in that capacity as a first assistant director?
I was.
Can you explain to the jurors what a first assistant director does?
A first assistant director is responsible for creating the schedule. First assistant director will do that in collaboration with the director and producers. That's a process of taking the script and breaking it down, and what actors are going to be needed in which scenes, what props are going to be needed, what pieces of wardrobe are going to be needed, what special effects will be needed. And that is all broken down into a software program that's pretty universal in the industry. And that generates documents that can be distributed to the different departments, the different department heads. And my department, the first assistant, the assistant director's department is kind of a contact point for the cast. So it's really a position of disseminating information. This is all during the pre-production process. And then once production shooting begins, the first assistant director would be, an analogy would be you're the shop foreman or the site foreman. You're overseeing and making sure that the production is following the schedule, that things are moving efficiently, and that people are given, the cast crew are given the information that they need to know.
And sir, as the first assistant director on the set of Rust, were you what's called a safety coordinator?
Yes, that is part of my title, yes.
And what do you do as a safety coordinator?
It's to make sure that the different departments and cast are following the safety protocols. That there are written safety protocols that are produced in an alliance between the different unions and guilds in the industry, Screen Actors Guild, the unions that represent the technicians, and it's just to observe to make sure that mitigating any safety risks.
Did you feel personally, up until October 21st, that Rust was a relatively safe set?
I did.
Did you yourself have any concerns about Ms. Gutierrez's behavior as an armor?
I did not.
And is part of your role as the first assistant director to be a part of the safety check of firearms that's taking place on set?
Yes.
Can you just describe for the jury generally the way that should work?
Yeah. I was going to say typically, but usually, all the time, whenever there's a firearm on set. I do not work with a lot of first assistant directors, but I am assured that this is a protocol that all assistant directors follow. That whenever a firearm is on set, I make an announcement. In the case of Rust, I had a wireless microphone that was connected to a public address, a speaker system, so everybody could hear. And all the time, whenever there was a firearm on set, I would make an announcement there was a firearm or firearms on set. I'm inspecting them with the armorer. If anybody else would like to inspect the gun, now would be the time. And you're certainly welcome to do that. I would also, if there was ever an incident where the firearm had to be fired, a blank, I would make that announcement. There will be live fire in this shot. Ear and eye protection are provided. Please protect your ears.
On the set of Rust, can you tell the jury what the safety checks with Ms. Gutierrez consisted of?
It's really what I just said. That whenever.
And let me stop you and
yes.
ask a more pointed question. I guess what I'm interested in is, did Ms. Gutierrez load the gun in front of you on any occasion? Just kind of walk us through your experiences with blanks, with dummies, with Ms. Gutierrez. And let's, for the purposes of these questions, let's assume that there's going to be blank firing, okay?
Yes.
We assume there's going to be blank firing. Prior to handing the gun to an actor, is there a safety check that is done with you and Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes. Show me that there's an empty gun at that moment before she would load the blank round. She would also show me the barrel of the gun to make sure that there's no obstructions in the barrel.
So let me ask you, when she would show you the barrel, were you able to see all the way down the barrel?
On the revolvers, yes, I certainly was. I recall there might have been a rifle that I might not have been able to get a clear to see light at the end of the barrel.
Okay, so she loads the gun with the blanks in front of you. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what happens then?
And then she would give it to the actor.
And was it, in your mind, permissible for her to then walk away and go do something else?
During the moments of live fire?
Sure.
No, not acceptable for her to walk away.
Okay. Let's talk about instances where a gun would be loaded with dummies.
Yes.
When you would do the safety check with Ms. Gutierrez, would she load the dummies in front of you and shake them so that you could hear that they were dummies?
There were only 2 occasions where dummy rounds were used.
Let me stop you right there. When you say there were only 2 occasions that dummy rounds were used, how do you know that dummies were in the guns on those 2 occasions? Is it because Ms. Gutierrez approached you and told you?
She did.
Okay. Would you know if there were times that she would dummy up the guns and not bring them to you and not tell you?
No, the normal, every day, every moment that there was a firearm that was being handed to an actor, she would always bring the gun, the firearm to me, and we would do an inspection of the firearm.
And you only recall 2 instances where firearms were dummied.
Yes.
And was one of them on October 21st?
Yes.
And the other one, did that involve a revolver or a long gun?
A long gun.
Okay. So let's talk about October 21st. I'm gonna start with you after the lunch hour. What was happening after lunch? What were we doing there?
We were preparing a shot for Mr. Baldwin's character. He was sitting in a pew. He's been on the run. He's taking refuge in this old church, and he's sitting in the pew. And what we were photographing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to avoid the word shot. We were preparing for the shot of Mr. Baldwin sitting in the pew. It was basically from his waist to the top of his head, and his action was just to pull out the revolver. And in the story, he's pointing the revolver at 2 U.S. Marshals that have come into the church.
Okay. That was what you were intending to do?
That's what we were preparing to, yes, lighting, yes.
And this has been referred to as blocking the shot. Is that your recollection?
You could refer to that. You could say that, yes. Can I just, there's been a lot of talk about rehearsal, and I just like to clarify, if that's okay with you.
Let's finish this line of questioning first, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, was this a rehearsal, or was it just setting up the shot?
Immediately after lunch, we were setting up the shot. Mr. Baldwin was not called to set.
And is that common that was Mr. Baldwin considered first team?
That is what we refer to in the motion picture industry. That is what we refer to the cast as, first team.
Okay. So when the shot's being set up, is first team usually there?
No.
Okay. They don't come in until it's ready to shoot.
Yes, I mean there are occasions that we might have shot a shot with cast, and now we're gonna do it at a different angle and do lighting, and they might stay there.
Okay.
It just depends on the amount of time that would be needed to prepare the shot. But Mr. Baldwin was not present at that time.
So on October 21st after lunch, they're setting up the shot. Do you recall who was in the church?
I do.
Go ahead and tell us who you recall being there.
Miss Hutchins, Joel Souza, Serge Svetnoy, Rust.
Did you say Serge Svetnoy?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Ross Adiego, Reese Price, Thomas Gandy, Roman Gandy. This is during preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is pre Mr. Baldwin arriving on set. I believe the microphone boom operator Zach Sneeby might have been in the room in the church at that time.
Was Ms. Mitchell in the church at that time or not yet?
I don't recall seeing her there at that time.
Okay.
You know what? Mr. Souza would not have been. I don't think he was in the church during the preparation time.
So, at what point in time do you have contact with Ms. Gutierrez?
When Mr. Baldwin was called to set, when he arrived on the set.
Who called Mr. Baldwin to set?
I did.
Did you, at the same time, make any request for the armorer or armorer services?
I did not.
Did you ask for the gun?
I did not ask for the gun
And why wouldn't you have asked for the gun?
because it's normal procedure on certainly all of the productions that I've worked on with firearms. And it's not just for firearms, it's for props and wardrobe that when first team is called to set, it's announced over a walkie-talkie. The first assistant director would go onto the walkie-talkie and say, "Camera is ready, first team, please." This alerts all the different departments. Certainly costumes, because they're going to need to do whatever, put a piece of costume on the actor, make adjustments. Hair and makeup, they're gonna need to do their touches. Props, they're gonna need to give the prop that's needed to the actor. And this is also a signal, a cue to the armorer that the actor that needs the firearm is going to be on set, and I should be there. The armorer, the armorer, I should be there to give the gun to the actor.
Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun, but you agree that Ms. Gutierrez may have understood that it would be time for her to come into the church?
Yes.
Okay.
Reconfigure her question, but please, we're going to disregard the question asked. All right, thank you.
And my apologies. Just to be clear, you don't know what Ms. Gutierrez thought or why she did what she did in that moment, correct? You don't know that Ms. Gutierrez thought to herself, "I better come into the church." You're making that assumption, correct?
I'm making that assumption.
Okay. But to be clear, you did not call for the gun.
No.
Okay. Does Ms. Gutierrez appear in the church?
Yes, very shortly after Mr. Baldwin appeared on set.
Okay, go ahead and kind of walk us through this. Tell us about when Mr. Baldwin appears in the church and then Ms. Gutierrez, and walk us through what happens.
Mr. Baldwin entered the church. He took his position where he was needed in the pew of the church. I'm standing in front of Mr. Baldwin, facing Mr. Baldwin. It was no more than 5 feet from him. I was a body width to what would be his left. And Miss Gutierrez appeared on my left-hand side with the revolver, and she said, let's do the gun check. She opened up the latch to show the drum of the revolver. She rotated the cylinder. It was empty. Checked the barrel. It was what is referred to as a cold gun. And Ms. Gutierrez just took a few steps and gave the gun to Mr. Baldwin.
Now, it's your recollection at that point in time that the gun was empty, it did not have dummies in it?
Absolutely, it was empty.
Okay. And you looked at it, correct?
I looked at it, yes.
Now, let me stop for a moment. Were there any opportunity, at any point in time during that day, did you sit in for Mr. Baldwin?
I did.
When was that?
After lunch.
Okay. And when you sat in for Mr. Baldwin, was the firearm in the church?
No.
Okay. So why don't we talk a little bit about that? Why are you sitting in for him? Explain to the jury how that happens.
Well, Usually there is a stand-in for the actor, a person, and most times it's a person that matches the height and hair color, look of the actor. There was a stand-in for Mr. Baldwin, and when I entered the church after lunch, the stand-in for Mr. Baldwin was there. And because of COVID, I wanted to keep the amount of people in the church to and I typically do that anyway, outside of the pandemic, before the pandemic, just in smaller spaces, I would try to keep. What I usually say is, if you don't have to be there, please don't. So, because of COVID and just generally, I'd like to keep only the people that are needed for the shot there. I said, his name was Bill. I said, Bill, it's okay. I can sit in for Alec, and it was a good opportunity. Just as if I'm sitting in the pew right now, I can observe everything, the crew preparing, and that's what I did.
Did you need to have a firearm at that point in time?
I did not. No.
Did you have a firearm at that point in time?
No, I did not.
Were you using anything to mimic a firearm?
I recall holding up my hand like this as a finger.
Just so that they could set up the shot?
Yeah.
Okay. So after the setting up of the shot, after you sitting in for Mr. Baldwin, just to be clear, it's your recollection that Mr. Baldwin came in and Ms. Gutierrez came in around the same time?
Yes.
Okay. She does the gun check with you. You see an empty gun. To your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happens after that? How do we end up with a gun that is no longer empty?
I did not see the gun taken away from Mr. Baldwin. I'm still in the same position, facing him, body width to his left, no more than 5 feet in front of him. You know, as an assistant director, you're looking around, you're observing, you're communicating with people. I did not see Ms. Gutierrez take the gun from Mr. Baldwin, but she appeared back on my left-hand side, and she said that she had put dummy rounds into the revolver.
And at that point in time, was another safety check done?
She opened up the latch to the revolver. I recall seeing 3 to 4 what I believe to be dummy rounds. I had seen the dummy rounds before.
And when you say you saw them before, are you talking about that day or?
Before that day.
Okay, and let me ask you, under what circumstances would you have seen the dummy rounds if the only other time that guns were dummied up was a rifle?
Yes, and I believe on that day I did see those dummy rounds on her cart.
Okay, so you were familiar with what they looked like?
They had a very distinctive bright brass end to it, what would be the end of the bottom of the shell casing, and all the primers were depressed, meaning that this has already been a bullet that has been fired. And
but sir, let me ask you, you indicated that you only saw 3 or 4, you didn't see 6.
I don't recall her fully rotating the cylinder.
Okay. You don't recall her fully rotating it?
I do not.
Okay. And even though the cylinder wasn't fully rotated, did you let that safety check sort of pass?
I did.
Okay. And what's your recollection about what happened to the gun after that?
She took the few steps to Mr. Baldwin and gave Ms. Baldwin the gun.
Okay. And let me ask you, sir, were you criminally charged in this case?
I was.
And did you enter a no contest plea to negligent use of a firearm?
I did.
And why did you do that? When I say why, what in your mind caused you to be, what caused a plea to negligent use of a firearm to be appropriate? What did you do that would justify that?
I was negligent in checking the gun properly.
Okay, that's the reason that you took that plea, is that right?
That's correct.
So, to the best of your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Walk us through what happens after that.
The revolver is placed. Mr. Baldwin had a holster. That the gun was basically at his chest, and his action was to take the gun out and point it at what had been the two U.S. Marshals, and he was pulling it out. I'm sure he was getting used to that action. He was in communication with Miss Hutchins about where to point the gun.
Do you recall, sir, was Mr. Souza also in the room?
He was.
Was Mr. Souza also participating in how to set up this shot? Do you recall?
No, I just recall that it was communication between Mr. Baldwin and Halyna.
Okay. And then what happened?
The gun went off.
When the gun went off, what did you think happened?
There's so many thoughts. Honestly, the idea that it was a live round of ammunition that went off was just it wasn't computing. It wasn't, and it was my thought was that a blank round had been loaded, and there had been another instance that an actor was killed from a blank round, and I just thought that there something in the blank round, a wadding. I had heard at one time that maybe they used pieces of wax to keep the black powder in the blank round, or was there an obstruction in the barrel? It just wasn't something I could compute in my mind.
Sir, after you heard the gun go off, tell us what you saw in terms of the reaction by Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza.
Ms. Hutchins is to my left, maybe 3 feet away. Yeah, it was my recollection that I might have been the first person to her. She was on the ground. Perhaps Rust Alec might have been there, which would have made sense because he was the dolly grip, and he would have been close as anybody to Halyna.
Did you speak to Ms. Hutchins when you approached her?
I did.
What did you say?
Are you all right?
Did she respond?
Yes. She said, I can't feel my legs.
And when you're ready, just tell us what happened after that. Take a break if you need to.
I'm ready. I immediately left the church to make sure that 911 was being called. And the set medic appeared and she was treating Ms. Hutchins, and I stayed out of the church just to keep space.
Do you know where the gun was in these moments after it went off? Was it, if you recall, was it left in the church? Was it taken out?
I had an assumption where the gun was. What was going through my mind trying to determine what had happened. Again, the idea of what was in the gun that would do this to two people. Still, no ability to compute that a live round of ammunition would have been in that gun. And I said, in an effort to triage the situation, I need to know what's in that gun. I went back into the church. I went to the pew. On the pew was the revolver. I grabbed the revolver. I left the church. I went to Miss Gutierrez's cart, which is on, if you're facing the church, it would be on the left-hand side of the church, right just immediately around the corner. I took it to her and I said, I need you to unload that gun. I need to know what it's in it.
And did she unload the gun in front of you?
She did.
And what was taken out of the gun?
I recall seeing 5 dummy rounds, again with the distinctive bright brass ends to them, and 1 shell casing that did not have a projectile on it, and it had a completely distinctive looking end to it.
When you say a distinctive looking end to it, what are you referring to?
I recall it as being gray, metallic gray. And I recall that it was just completely different looking. It's hard to explain. There was some kind of machining or something. Maybe it was raised. This is my recollection, but a more contemporary looking bullet than what I was seeing in the other rounds.
And let me ask you, sir, do you own guns?
I do not.
Do you shoot guns?
No, I do not.
At any point in time in the afternoon, after lunch, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
Can you say that question
Did you
again?
tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Did you realize that she had left the church?
I did not.
Did you have an expectation that the armorer would stay with the gun?
That wasn't in my head at the time.
Well, but let me ask you, just in terms of your experience working on movie sets with guns and armorers, in your experience, does the armorer hand off a gun and then walk away and leave?
That's not my experience.
Okay. At some point, did you realize that Ms. Gutierrez had not stayed in the church?
I did not realize she had not stayed in the church.
After the gun went off, where was she the next time you saw her?
At her cart.
Okay. And you just didn't know whether she was in the church or not?
I did not know.
Okay. Sir, did you instruct Ms. Gutierrez or request that Ms. Gutierrez put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Did you hear anyone ask her to put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Now, we understand that you entered into a plea agreement. Were you placed on unsupervised probation?
Yes,
And has that time period ended?
yes.
Approximately when did it end?
I think sometime in October.
Okay. Are you under any legal requirement other than responding to a subpoena to come in here and testify?
No.
Why have you agreed to testify in this trial?
It's important to me that the truth be known. That Halyna's husband and son, her family, know the truth of what happened. It's important that the cast and the crew, producers of Rust, know what happened. And it's important that the industry, the motion picture and television industry, knows what happened so that this never happens again.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
You know what? I think it's time for bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And we'll be back at about 2:35.
All rise.
We need one of your counsels. George, will you escort Mr. Halls back on?
Absolutely.
Your water will be arriving shortly, okay? You may be seated. Thank you, George. Yes, you're still under oath. Wait a second, we need counsel, so hold on. Sure.
She wasn't able to accommodate, but the assistant chair.
Sorry. I called you in too early. There's a note.
Apologies.
Just a second. I'm pretty sure it's 7. Counsel, there's enough.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Howells, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I want to start with a question that we have. Can you say again what you saw when she unloaded the gun after the shooting incident?
That's a jury question.
Yes.
so.
I recall seeing 5 rounds, which were dummy rounds. They had the bright brass ends to them, holes drilled in the side of the shell casing. The projectile still on top of the shell casing, and then 1 shell casing without a projectile on top of it with a distinctively different looking end of the bullet.
Mr. Halls, on that that portion of it, when you say distinctively looking in, can you describe that a little more?
It was a metallic gray color versus the bright brass coloring of the other rounds, and it just, from my recollection, it just there was a different kind of style to the end of that bullet. In my mind, there was maybe some raised machining, if you will, or something. That's just my recollection.
Okay, sir, and do you mean the end of the casing?
End of the casing.
So you're talking about the top of the casing, the end of it. Are you talking the top that would be empty, or the bottom of it with the primer, where the primer would have been?
If the end of the casing is round, okay, I'm looking at a full circle of the end of a shell casing.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, there wasn't still a projectile on that round.
There was no projectile on that round.
So you're just talking about the casing and the top of that.
I'm talking about where the primer would be.
Where the primer would be. So that's on the bottom of the round.
Yes.
Okay. And you said on the bottom there's a distinctively gray kind of color?
Counsel, can you approach?
Yeah. Okay, sir, just one moment. We're going to pull a picture to show you.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach?
Mr. Halls, I want to show you what's been entered as States Exhibit 26. If you could take a look at that.
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, it looks very similar to the dummy rounds that I saw.
Okay. So that, and if I may show the jury room, this is States Exhibit 26. Sir, you indicated that
You indicated that resembled the round you were talking about?
It resembles the dummy rounds that I saw. The ends of the dummy rounds that I saw.
The 5 dummy rounds?
Yes, sir.
Does it resemble that 6th casing?
No.
Okay. So it looked even different than that. Than what we just saw. It didn't look like that.
It did not look like that.
Okay. Okay, we may come back to that, but I appreciate that explanation. Now let me ask you some preliminary questions about your background. How long have you been in the film industry?
I started in the film industry, I think, around 1985.
Okay. So, 30 years?
Yeah.
Or
Yes,
actually,
over.
40 years. My math is, let me see, 15, so almost 40.
From
40.
2021, I retired from the industry.
Okay, somewhere in there, almost 30 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been a first assistant director for quite some time. How many years have you done that?
Since the mid-90s, since around 1995.
How many films over the years have you worked as a first assistant director? Do you recall?
I don't have the number, really. I don't. It's
That's
over
okay.
20. It's over. It could be 30.
Okay. And how many have you worked on where there's been an armor? Approximately.
I'm sorry, sir. I would really have to sit down and and look at my resume. For sure, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not holding you to a number, but of those 10, those approximate 10, have you ever worked on a set where there's been a part-time armor?
No.
Okay. So Rust film was the first time you've ever been on a set involving somebody doing armor duties and something else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Here you were aware that Miss Gutierrez Reed was performing functions of armor and props assistant?
I was.
Okay. Now, sir, as I understand, you did not have any concerns during the Rust set about Miss Gutierrez Reed's work.
I did not.
Did you believe that she was diligent in her checks of firearms on set?
I did.
Okay. Let's just give an example. There'd be a day where guns were going to be used, and Miss Gutierrez Reed was present as armor. Would she ask you to do weapons checks with her?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, when she does a weapons check with you, is that to open and show you the barrel and make sure there's no barrel obstructions?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that with the revolver, you could see down through it. The light goes through, you could see through the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you also recall Miss Gutierrez Reed had a tool to push down the barrel to make sure there's no obstructions?
I don't recall seeing that tool.
But would you describe her as very diligent in that process when there was a weapons check required, that she would do that with you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know of any instance before the 21st where she did not do those weapons checks when they needed to be done with you?
None whatsoever.
Okay. I know that you would have safety meetings. Now, would you have those every day of the set?
We did not have them every day.
Okay. And I know sometimes, do you recall getting emails that people wanted to have safety meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And at one of the safety meetings, do you remember Miss Gutierrez Reed helping you with a presentation as part of the briefing?
On day one, the first day, yes.
Okay, sir. And what did you think about her presentation regarding the gun portion?
I was very impressed with how she took control of the situation and was very clear and very instructive and communicated everything very clearly. And confidently.
Okay, and confidently. In your experience, having observed armors in 10 other films, did she come across as seeming competent in what she was doing?
She did.
And did she come across as seeming knowledgeable about firearms?
She did.
Okay. You said that was the first day. Do you recall there being a training for a gun training specifically for the actors and crew?
Before the shooting schedule started, there was a day devoted to Ms. Gutierrez training actors.
Okay, sir. And were you present at that?
I was.
And what was your impression of that training?
Impressed. She was confident. There were some male actors, and she didn't seem to be intimidated by them, and I felt that they respected her.
Did you participate in that training?
I was just an observer.
Okay. So, in the time that you saw her doing armor duties, you didn't have any complaints about her?
None.
Okay. Now, Mr. Halls, you know that she was also doing props duties. Did you ever witness her doing specific props duties, like rolling cowboy cigarettes or propping up actors? Or?
I recall seeing her helping in propping up actors. Yes.
Okay. Now we saw some videos earlier today of some of the scenes, and it looked like there was fairly gun-heavy scenes at times, and so there would be a lot of people walking around, some people holding weapons. Do you recall that?
Yes, there were. Yes.
Okay. Now there were a couple instances where it appeared that muzzles were of weapons were getting traced across people. Now, do you recall anything like that?
Can you clarify?
Sure. There was some testimony, and some videos where, for example, a stuntman was holding a weapon, and he was kind of turning around, and it was coming across the muzzle across other people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall anything like that?
I don't recall anything.
Okay. Some of those, it appeared you were present on the videos, but do you remember any instances where you felt like there was an unsafe condition with the way people were pointing their muzzles?
I did not. I did not.
No.
If I did, it was part of my practice that I always, I would say, please point the gun away. If their action as an actor was to point it at another actor, I would say, please, especially live fire situations, please make sure you're pointing the gun away from that actor.
So your habit in practice was, if you saw something like that, you would tell them, please point that gun a different direction.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now, we saw another video where it appeared Mr. Baldwin was running out of a shack or a structure, and the cameras are panning over, and he's shooting as he's coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a camera, and it's a blank. They're shooting blanks out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that scene?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall that the cameras were sort of right in front of Mr. Baldwin as he's coming out and shooting?
I do.
Do you remember having any concerns about the safety of that shot with Mr. Baldwin shooting a blank and the camera being right there? And we're not sure how many feet away, but it was...
There was a number of situations whenever there was a camera that needed to be close to a gun being fired with a blank, I would ask the operator, do you feel safe? And I would suggest that they would put we call them Fernie pads, but they're basically a packing blanket that you would see when you're moving furniture or something that typically people can wear in that situation.
Okay, sir. So, and you had a lot of experience leading up to that movie, but when you saw something like that, you said your habit and practice was to talk to the person behind the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember a scene where, it was actually that same scene, where Mr. Baldwin ran up the hill with the child actor at the end of that scene, and there was a yell for cut, and then Mr. Baldwin shoots after the yell for cut, and he utters a cuss word? Do you remember that?
I only recall it because it was shown to me during a deposition in December.
Yes, sir, and I recall that was shown to you.
Yes, it was.
Now, your memory of that, did you at the time think that was a safety concern, that cut had been yelled and Mr. Baldwin shot after that directive?
I didn't register as a safety concern.
Okay. Did Mr. Baldwin at times direct people on those scenes, like the camera people, the armor? Did he sort of order people how he wanted to do it?
Again, this is recalling what was shown to me in the deposition, and he was clearly pointing a gun and asking the person that he was pointing the gun at in the direction to, please move.
Okay.
Move away from where he's pointing the gun.
Did you remember at times Mr. Baldwin rushing people to keep going, reload, let's go, let's go, let's go. Do you remember that?
Again, I was shown a video where Mr. Baldwin says, let's go. I don't characterize that as Mr. Baldwin rushing people.
Okay.
I think I characterize it as an actor in his moment. I'm ready. Okay, let's go. There was never any Mr. Baldwin rushing anybody.
Okay. So you never felt like Mr. Baldwin was rushing? Okay.
None whatsoever.
Okay. Now let me talk to you about, you became aware of 2 negligent discharges on set, did you not?
I did.
And do you remember those were approximately October 16th, 2021?
Approximately, yes.
Were you present and witness either of those incidents?
I was.
Which one or both?
Both.
Okay. At the time that you witnessed them, do you know then that one involved Sarah ZACHRY?
Yes.
And the other involved a stunt double?
Yes, Blake.
Blake.
Yep.
Okay. What did you do in response to each of those safety incidents?
I didn't do anything. When Blake's long gun went off, I said, "What the F is going on in there?" And he replied, "It just went off."
Okay, and so you questioned him briefly. He said that the gun just went off. Did you ask him anything else about it?
I did not.
And how about with regard to Miss ZACHRY?
I did not.
Okay.
Say anything.
Now, you know that that there is a thing called a production report.
I do.
And a production report is something that has the daily events, anything significant that happened that day, is that right?
Yes.
Would that be something that ordinarily would be put into a production report?
It's such a rare situation. I couldn't answer you. I don't think it would be a normal thing.
Well, but whose responsibility would it be to make the production report?
It would be the second assistant director.
Okay. Would you have any responsibility to report that yourself?
I would.
And now, would this be something that you would consider noteworthy that maybe someone up the chain would want to know about?
At the time, it didn't seem to be noteworthy.
Okay.
It was just, it happened. I don't know, other than, don't do that again. I don't know really what else could be done.
Okay.
If we stop, call a meeting, don't do that again. That's the only.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps some additional training might have been warranted for those people that had the misfires, the negligent discharges?
No.
Why did it not occur to you that maybe they needed some more training, for example, on how to hold that hammer and prevent that from falling too quickly? Why did that not occur to you?
Well, for the stunt doubles case, I'm assuming that he was an experienced stunt person that had experience with firearms, and I guess I made an assumption that Sarah had some experience in training.
And what did you make that assumption on? That assumption?
Experience, just.
Okay. So, in response to those negligent discharges, there's nothing that happens. Now, did you become aware of another discharge by special effects? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
I was not.
Did you? Are you aware of the safety bulletins put out by SAG?
I am.
And did you ever know that they were, or whether they were attached to the call sheets?
They were not.
Do you know who would attach those? Would that be you, if they were going to be attached?
It would be a member of my department that would do it.
Do you know why those safety bulletins were not attached?
It's not a requirement, requirement.
Okay.
Some AD departments do it, some don't.
Now, the safety bulletin goes over the rules about firearm safety, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so that's something that, but you're saying that just varies, that some people do it, some don't?
Yes.
Okay. You talked earlier about when you would make an announcement that there would be gun usage or live fire with blanks, you had a wireless microphone?
I did.
Well, how did that work? Would that transmit through a radio or to other people, or you would just announce it on the microphone?
Often I would do it simultaneously, I would have a little microphone lapel, it would be up here. And that's normally how I would communicate. It was never, no, I usually would do it by hand with the walkie-talkie, and I would, there were times where I would do it simultaneously with the wireless microphone in my walkie-talkie.
So if you, that wireless microphone, would it just transmit into the general area around you?
Yes.
And then if you do that at the same time as your walkie-talkie, did that effectively communicate through your radio with your microphone? I mean, did that have any issues with that?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, what channel, I know there was different channels on that set, what channel would you normally communicate those announcements on?
Channel 1.
Channel 1. And do you know whether the armorers were always on channel 1 or if they had a different channel?
They better have been.
Well, and I'm not saying any given time. I'm not talking about a given moment at this point. I'm just asking you, did the armorers have another channel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sometimes the departments might designate another channel to go to for a private conversation. Typically, channel 2 is devoted just to if there's a longer conversation that needs to happen. People can go to channel 2.
Okay. And then props, did they have their own channel?
They're on channel 1.
Okay, channel 1 is props. Okay.
Yes.
On the day in question, on the 21st, you knew that Video Village was down?
Yes.
And can you tell, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit more about Video Village, just so they understand it? Where was this set up?
Video Village is basically what a pop-up tent that you would see at a party or an event. What are they, 10 by 10 or something like that? And then the sides would be blacked out so that no daylight could get into this what is the Video Village, where there's a monitor. In this case, it was a large monitor, for 42 inches LED flat screen monitor, and that Video Village in the industry, that is referring to this place that the director of photography, the director, producers, the script supervisor can see the action, can see the shot being filmed on this monitor.
Now, ordinarily, if that were set up on that day, Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza would have been in that tent watching Video Village. Is that right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my feeling. Yeah.
And because the camera crew had walked out, or the next day, Video Village is not operational. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And is that why ultimately there was kind of a change and people were inside the church?
That's my understanding of it. Yes.
Did you know on the day, on the 21st, that things were a couple hours behind?
Very well aware of it.
Yes, sir, and I know. Did that camera crew that walked off, did they come back that next day? The camera crew that walked off the day before, did they come back the next day?
They came back. I saw them there that morning to retrieve with some of their personal items, I would think. Yeah.
Were you able to meet with the new camera crew that came that day?
Not until they first appeared on set with the camera. It took a while for them to get the camera built into set.
So this is literally, they're coming on that morning and they're building a camera into set.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once they get that set up, things start rolling. Before lunch, you described that you're in the church with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right? There's other people in there, but you're in that church with Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, yes.
Now, I think you said at some point Miss Gutierrez Reed came in the church and she presented the revolver. Is that right?
We're talking about after lunch?
No, this is before lunch.
Yes, we did some scenes with Mr. Baldwin and the actor that was portraying his grandson.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was before lunch.
That was before lunch.
Did Miss Gutierrez Reed bring that revolver before lunch?
Yes.
And was that when you said that she showed it to you and it was empty?
That was one of the occasions on that day that she showed me that the gun was empty, yes.
Okay, so that was one of the occasions. What was the other occasion that she showed you it was empty?
After lunch.
Okay, so we start off before lunch and the revolver is empty. Now, is he doing the same, Mr. Baldwin doing the same blocking scene?
It is not my recollection. I don't recall him doing that.
Okay.
That scene.
So it's a different type of scene, but in any event, there's an empty firearm. There's no rounds loaded in that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was there any reason why a rubber or a replica gun wasn't used?
Is there any reason why a replica? Because it would look like a rubber gun.
Or was it a rehearsal or actual filming?
At what time period are we talking about, sir?
Before lunch.
I recall just the dialogue scene between Mr. Baldwin and the actor playing his grandson, and it was just the gun in his holster.
Okay. Do you not recall him, Mr. Baldwin, pulling that out before lunch?
I don't recall that before lunch.
Okay. Well, after lunch, you said that Miss Gutierrez Reed brought the firearm back again, and you said initially you're saying that it was unloaded again.
Yes.
Did she again show you the barrels and check that gun with you?
I'm sorry. After lunch?
Yes.
Yes. She held the gun. Let's do the gun check. Just checked the barrel. Did a full rotation of the drum of the cylinder.
Okay.
Oh.
And then what? And then I think you said after that she walked over a few steps, and what you're saying is she handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you then say that you don't see her leave, right?
I recall seeing her walk past me. She gives the gun to Mr. Baldwin, turns, and walks away.
Where did she walk away to?
She walked past me. I didn't see where she went.
You did not see her leave the church, though, did you?
I did not.
But then you also testified that at some point she's back beside you with the firearm again, and it's got rounds in it. Is that right?
She told me that she put dummy rounds into the gun. Yes.
So, when you were near Mr. Baldwin, that church, does it have one entrance?
I believe so. Yeah, I think it's only there might be a door that I didn't see in the back where the altar would be, but certainly at the front of the church.
Front of the church.
Yeah.
So, and how big is that church?
Oh, 20 by 30, 20.
So approximately 600 square feet, roughly.
I'll let you do that math, Mr. Bowles.
I could be wrong, but I think it's about 600 square feet. So within that,
it would be, the width would be from pretty much from here to that wall, and then where we enter
Okay, so for the record, you're pointing with your left hand to the side of the judge's desk, to Her Honor's desk, and the wall on the other side. And then you, from where you're seated to right behind counsel?
Yes.
Okay, where you come in. Okay. So that's about the size of the church. Now, you are sitting there fairly close to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Standing there.
And then you say you don't see Miss Gutierrez leave at all. Miss Gutierrez Reed leave. And then she comes back with a firearm again. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now you then state that she shows you what you believe are 3 or 4 rounds in the firearm?
Yes, sir.
And did she do that by, how did she do that?
I don't know if she did a full rotation. I don't recall a full rotation. My recollection is seeing 3 to 4 rounds.
So if she had done a full rotation, you would have seen every cylinder in that, right?
In retrospect, I would like to think I would have, yes.
Okay. Because after everything happens, we know that you said it's unloaded and there's 5 dummies in 1 casing. So that's 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible that you did see every cylinder, or how do you reconcile that? There's 3 or 4 rounds before, but there's 6 rounds after.
Because there was not a full rotation of the cylinder to show me 6 rounds. Again, my recollection is only seeing 3 to 4.
But you don't recall whether that was a full rotation or not?
I don't recall if it was a full rotation or not, yeah.
Now that, if that had not been, that would not be a full weapons check with you, correct?
I have, yes, I have stated that, yes.
Okay. But yet, you testified earlier, every time before this, since the start of the Rust filming, Miss Gutierrez Reed always did a complete weapons check with you.
Yes.
So, you're saying that this time, for whatever reason, she abandoned her habit and everything she had done before, and you had praised her for doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow on this occasion, you're saying that there wasn't a full rotation. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say something? That I'd like to see.
Again, this is what I am admitting to, that I did an improper check of that firearm.
And so, after you admittedly do an improper check of the firearm, isn't it true that you handed that firearm to Mr. Baldwin?
It's not true.
Do you know that your account conflicts with Mr. Baldwin's?
I am aware of that.
And do you know that it conflicts with Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I am aware of that, but however, in Mr. Baldwin's initial statement with Detective Hancock, a few hours after the incident on October 21st, when asked the question who handed him the gun, he said Hannah did, like she always did.
And after that, he changed and said you had handed it to him, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Right after this happened, the shooting happened. Do you remember you were standing outside with Mr. Baldwin talking with him, kind of near a truck?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what you all were talking about? Were you talking about the events and kind of how this could have happened? And
yeah, yes.
So you were kind of discussing and kind of trying to remember with each other what had occurred. Is that fair?
Most of the discussion was what was it that entered their bodies? And I think to a person that was sequestered, that was the tone of the discussion. And certainly the discussions that I had with Mr. Baldwin, we were both, was it a blank? Was it just that idea of a live round, again, being on a film set was just uncomputable.
Was it inconceivable that there would be a live round on set?
Yes.
And in fact, I mean, did you ever dream that there would be a live round? And you're thinking, talking to Mr. Baldwin, did you have any thought of that?
Honestly, no.
Okay. Yeah. Now, after you all talked, Mr. Baldwin, did you talk with him again after the shooting and after that day, the 21st?
No.
Okay. If at the moment that this had happened, I know you indicate that Ms. Gutierrez Reed gave him the firearm, but if you had provided him the firearm, which you're denying, I know, you're saying that didn't happen. If that had happened, and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were not in the church at that moment, that would have been your responsibility under the safety bulletin to ensure the safe operation, right?
Can you state that again and clarify?
Yeah, that was pretty long. Under the safety bulletin, if the property master and armor are not present during a gun scene, and you are the person there, do you agree with me that the responsibility would then fall on the first assistant director in a general scene for safety?
I don't recall seeing any language about the assistant director taking responsibility for the firearm if there is a prop master or armor not present.
Okay, sir, do you recall giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, and if I can just, before I get into that, I just want to kind of give you a few more details, see if you remember that under the safety advisory bulletin, that the first assistant director becomes the person responsible for maintaining and handling weapons if the property master and armor are not present. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that language.
Okay.
If you're saying it's there, and you can, yeah.
Well, do you recall being in this on page 121 at line 6? If you had known that Hannah, had you known that she wasn't in the church, meaning Hannah, under this guideline, would you perhaps be the individual responsible for maintaining and handling weapons? And your answer: if I knew that she was to be leaving the church, yes, it would. And knowing that the gun was cold as I believed it to be, as she believed it to be, as Mr. Baldwin was told it was to be, yes, I would be that person. I have worked in productions where an actor would have a gun. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Okay. And there's one more portion you gave just for completeness. And you know, maybe the actor wasn't necessarily on set, and the prop master who was handling the guns, because there was no live fire, again, it's a prop. So the prop master is responsible for these guns. He would often say, not often, but there have been a couple occasions where I have to go to my cart, get something. Can you watch the gun? And I would watch the gun. Do you recall giving that answer, sir?
I do.
Okay. And does that refresh your memory that if you know that they're not present, that sometimes you may be responsible?
If I knew that they were not present, yes, I would be, I guess, the next one in line to be responsible, yes.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you did not know that Hannah had left the church. So my question was, if that had occurred, if she had left the church and you had provided the gun to Baldwin, would you have been responsible? And I think what you said, you didn't know she left the church. Is that right?
I did not know that she left the church.
Okay. Do you recall checking that weapon, regardless of who handed it to Mr. Baldwin? Do you recall checking that weapon again by yourself?
I never checked that gun by myself.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Baldwin checked that gun?
I do not recall.
Okay. Had you seen Mr. Baldwin retrieve a firearm before from Miss Gutierrez Reed on another day?
Yes.
When you saw him before, did he check the weapon?
I don't recall.
Okay. Regarding when you and Miss Gutierrez Reed unloaded that firearm, the revolver.
Mm-hmm.
You walked out, and I think you said you went to a cart on the left side of the church.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you recall that the prop cart at that point was near the black tent? Or where that prop cart was?
Do I recall where the cart was?
Yes.
Yes.
Where?
Left-hand side, if you're standing in front of the church, looking at the front door, left-hand side, immediately around the corner. So if the front of the church is facing north, the left-hand side of the church would be facing east. It was just directly right around the corner. Yeah.
Do you recall that prop cart moved at some point after the police had arrived?
After the police arrived?
Yes.
Yes, I have a recollection of it being in a different location.
Did you ever see Miss Zachary, Sarah Zachary, over by the prop cart after the shooting?
She was present when I asked Hannah to unload the gun, yes.
Did you see whether she was inspecting anything on the cart or touching any of the items on the cart?
I don't have a recollection of her seeing her touch anything, but I do have a recollection of her making a comment that some of them don't shake.
Okay, so if she made that comment, then she must have been checking and shaking the rounds, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, did you witness that?
I did not see her actually shaking any rounds.
Okay. Did you see any other persons at that moment near the cart or at the cart?
No.
Okay.
I think I do remember Johnny. Can't pronounce his last name.
Ziello?
He was behind us. Yeah, I have a recollection of him being there.
Was that Johnny Ziello?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was there with you at or near the cart?
Near the cart, yeah. I believe he was behind me.
Behind you.
I just have a recollection of seeing him there.
Okay. After the firearm, the revolver was unloaded, did you get those rounds? You personally?
No, I never touched those rounds.
Okay. Do you remember whether Miss Gutierrez Reed ever gave those to you after?
She did not give them to me.
Where did those rounds? Did she have them?
I just saw them as she unloaded the gun. They fell onto the cart, and that's my recollection of what ended up with those rounds.
Okay. And did you see anybody pick those up?
I did not.
Okay. Now, in this case, you indicated you had pled no contest, right?
Yes.
And you pled to a misdemeanor offense?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was negligent use of a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You received a sentence of 6 months unsupervised probation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So under the unsupervised probation, you did not have to report to a probation officer?
I did not.
And there was no conditions except not violating any laws, right?
I had to take a firearms safety class.
Okay. Did you complete that firearm safety course?
I did.
And so now you're off probation, and that's it, right?
I'm just going to object to relevance. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Roach.
All right, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Thank you.
Sorry, sir, for that delay. One other question: when Ms. Gutierrez Reed was present in your presence, did you ever hear her call out blank sizes, for example, if they were going to be used a quarter load or a half load? Or
I do.
Okay. And was she good about doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Read your end.
Sir, I want to talk to you about the other instance that you recall where dummy rounds were used. I think you indicated they were in a rifle.
Yes.
Did you request dummy rounds be placed in the rifle?
No.
Did anyone else that you're aware of request?
I'm not aware of anyone else that
Okay.
requested them.
Okay.
rounds.
Do you know why dummy rounds are used in revolvers?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, if the shot is close up enough on the revolver, I don't think you necessarily need to have experience with a firearm, but one could detect that that gun is not loaded with any rounds. So that's the reason why we use dummy rounds. Cosmetic.
Because if the revolver is pointed at me, the dummies are in there so that you can see the projectiles inside the cylinder, right?
Correct.
Is that the same way that a rifle is set up?
No, but in this case, and just from recollection, I think there was something about that long gun that you could see that the rounds would be loaded. If this was the barrel of the gun, that the rounds would be loaded somewhere and it would be visible. Then.
To the best of your recollection, was there actually filming of a scene that would show that part of that rifle?
Was there actually? It's only my speculation that it was a shot that was close up on that, close up enough on that long gun that Hannah made a decision that to make this look correct, that dummy round should be in this.
Is that your recollection or is that your assumption?
She told me that and I saw her load the dummy rounds into the long gun.
Okay, but my question for you is, dummy rounds are put in guns because you're going to roll film, right?
Yes.
Do you have a specific recollection of there being a videotape of that rifle being loaded or unloaded or cycling?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a recollection of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
There's no recollection of a shot of that rifle being loaded.
Okay. The entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of ever seeing her shake a dummy round?
I do not.
On cross-examination, well, also on direct, you testified that the dummy rounds that you saw come out of the revolver after the incident had shiny brass primers. Is that right?
If you want to get technical, right, it would be the end of the casing, which would have the primer in the center of that surface that's bright brass. Yes.
You understand what the primer of the casing is, correct?
I do.
And your recollection is that the dummy rounds that were taken out of the gun had shiny brass primers, right?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that State's Exhibit 26, and I'm happy to come closer to you.
If you could, just
okay. Well, let's do that. Let me show you State's Exhibit 26 again.
Yes.
Is that a shiny brass primer?
Honestly, my recollection is that they were a little bit more shinier than what you're showing me.
Well, hang on. Is that close enough for you? And I know I have old eyes also, so I sympathize with you.
I'm sorry. Are you calling me old? I am. That's all right.
Is that primer brass?
That primer does not appear to be brass.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let me ask you, when was the last time, well, you saw a spent casing come out of that revolver, correct?
I did.
When was the last time you saw that spent casing?
At the moment when I asked her to unload the gun.
On October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
All right. I just want to clear up a point that on cross-examination I was a little confused about. You indicated that Mr. Baldwin initially said that Hannah handed him the gun and then changed his story.
Yes.
Did he change his story, if you recall, during the interview with Detective Hancock on the 21st?
No.
Did he change it after that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when the first time was that you realized that he had a different version of events?
It was shortly after when when Hannah said that, made a statement that that I gave the gun to Baldwin.
I'm just wondering when that would have been.
I don't know. It was months, maybe.
Months after October.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bowles asked you about the safety bulletins and that when the armorer isn't present, that the first assistant director is kind of in charge of guns, right?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that safety bulletin contemplates the first assistant director being told that the armorer is going to leave the area?
Yeah, I don't. That's not in that document.
How are you supposed to know that she's left if you're not told that she's left?
Correct. I only know that she's left if she's telling me she's leaving or if I see her leave.
Okay. And as first assistant director, you have a lot of other responsibilities other than checking the gun and keeping an eye on the armorer, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
Is that right, Mr.?
I'm sorry?
Did you withdraw your objection?
He's already answered, so.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. All right, next witness.
State calls Sarah Zachary.
Stand before the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you're gonna have to speak up, talk into the microphone, and have a seat.
I want you to move that microphone closer to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Will you state your name for the record?
Sarah Zachary.
All right. Ms. Zachary, in 2021, were you doing work in the film industry?
Yes.
Are you still doing work in the film industry?
No.
Why not?
After Rust, I didn't want to work in it anymore.
Okay. Were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was the prop master.
And briefly, what does a prop master do?
A prop master is responsible for sourcing and providing production with anything that an actor interacts with during the time of filming.
So when you say anything that an actor interacts with, does that include firearms?
It does.
Does it include hand sanitizer?
If the actor is touching it, then yes.
Okay. A bowl of soup?
If the actor is touching it.
Okay. Any of those things?
Any.
Tables, chairs?
That would be set deck.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Anything that they hold.
Okay. What was your experience in the film industry before you began work on the set of Rust?
I began in the art department as set deck, and then on one production I was supposed to be in costumes, but then I became a prop master when the original prop master couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to learn on the job how to do that, and that's what what job I progressed with throughout my career in film.
What is set deck?
Set deck, it just means that you're decorating the set.
How many films did you work on in any capacity?
Possibly like 5 or 6.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Seth Kenny is?
Seth Kenny was the vendor for the firearms and ammunition on the set of Rust.
Did you know Mr. Kenny prior to your work on the set of Rust?
Yes, he was a vendor for a previous film that I did before Rust.
How long had you known him before Rust?
A couple of months.
And did you ever take on a small armor role?
I did. On another film, when I was the prop master, they couldn't find a armor for that set, so they just told me right away that I was going to be the armorer.
And who's they? Are you talking about production?
Production, producers.
So, let me be clear. Do you own guns?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
No.
What kind of training, if any, did you receive before another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use the specific guns on that set. Thank you. As well as train me how to load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working with weapons. That's about it.
How long was that training? Did it take days, hours?
A few days.
And were you trained on single action revolvers for that film?
Just one, yes.
It was a revolver?
It was a revolver.
Was it a single action revolver?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. That production that you were the armorer on, is that a production that had lots of gunfight scenes?
No.
How busy was that movie in terms of armorer duties?
I mean, we had the guns on set every day, but in terms of actually utilizing those guns with things such as blanks or dummies, maybe 2-3 days.
Okay. And have you, prior to Rust, is that the sum total of the experience you've had with firearms?
Yes.
So how do you end up being the prop master on Rust? Do you apply for a job? What happens?
A lot of it is word of mouth when it comes to the industry, but Seth Kenny was the one who asked me if I wanted to work on it, and he said that he had sent my resume to the line producer.
And were you interested in working on it?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you understand that you were going to be working with an armorer?
Yes, Seth Kenny said that he had an armorer in mind.
And did that person turn out to be Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Did we understand from some of the previous testimony that although you were the prop master, you were also loading and unloading some of the firearms, is that right?
Correct.
How did you go from prop master to handling firearms?
So originally there was supposed to be a separate armorer's assistant, but production had only allotted for 5 days, and that was not going to be enough because of how many gunfights we had that we read through the script. So instead, it was recommended that I help out since I was already going to be on set.
And so, did you receive any training from Ms. Gutierrez so that you would be able to competently load and unload the guns?
Briefly, yes.
When you say briefly, how much training did you receive from Ms. Gutierrez?
A few minutes.
And had you, and let me try to back up. When I say single action revolver, do you know what I'm talking about?
Not quite, no.
Okay. So, let me ask you this. On the previous movie set that you were working on as the armorer, you said there was a revolver.
Correct.
Was that the kind of revolver where the barrel would completely come out and away from the gun for you to load and unload it?
Yes, the cylinder came out on the side, yes.
The cylinder's kind of, the entire thing flops out?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same style of revolver as what you were using on the set of Rust?
No.
What was the difference?
The difference mainly was the way that you would load and unload it. Part of that maneuver was pulling back the hammer and the trigger at the same time, and then slowly releasing both of those to lock it back in place.
Okay. And that was something that was very new to you, is that right?
Correct.
The first time you'd ever done that was on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And you got 10 minutes of training?
About, yes.
We understand at some point that there were some accidental discharges on the set. Do you recall those?
Correct, yeah.
Did one of them involve you?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury what the circumstances were of that accidental discharge?
Yes. So we had a gunfight between a few different actors where I was helping to load blanks, and when we were going in for another take, I had to unload the blanks that were already discharged and fill the gun with new ones. And as I was loading them and locking the gun back into place, the hammer slipped from my thumb and one of the rounds went off. There is no projectile, so it was just a loud pop and a flash.
Did that incident, well, let me ask you this, if you recall, do you recall where Ms. Gutierrez was, the reason that you were doing it and not her?
I believe at that point she was in the bathroom.
And did that incident create any kind of a conflict between you and Ms. Gutierrez?
She just didn't know if I would be capable to work with guns anymore after that, even though I had cleared everything that happened on set. I apologized to everyone. I messaged the people I need to let them know what happened. But I mean, there was just a little bit of disagreement, but then we moved on.
Okay. Who did you message to notify people of what happened?
I messaged Seth, Kenny, Ro Walters, and the production designer, BRYAN Norvell.
And was BRYAN Norvell kind of a supervisor of yours?
I would say so. That's what I saw him as.
Okay. You have previously been referred to as being Hannah Gutierrez's boss. Were you Hannah's boss?
Not that I was aware of.
In terms of firearms and firearms safety on set, whose job was that?
The armorers.
To the best of your recollection, on approximately how many occasions, well, let me back up. Did you aid in loading guns and gun belts with dummy rounds?
Guns, yes. The gun belts already had dummy rounds in them.
Okay, let's talk about that. So, in terms of the props, the gun belt props, for this movie, do you recall who sourced those? Where did they come from?
As far as I know, Hannah brought them from a different set.
From another movie she'd worked on?
Correct.
Did you see them?
Yes.
And when they arrived on set, were they empty, or did they have to be loaded with dummies?
They only had to have a couple at most put in them because they were lost, fell out. That's about it.
Okay. But the gun belts that Ms. Gutierrez provided were already loaded with dummies when she brought them on set. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that's your recollection?
Yes.
And you saw them?
Yes.
So when she brought them on set and they were already loaded with dummies, did you take the time to remove every dummy and shake them?
No.
Did you see her take the time to remove every dummy from the belts and shake them?
No.
Did you see anyone?
No.
Because you guys had another assistant for a little while, Ms. Montoya, is that right?
Correct.
And did Ms. Montoya, you never saw her do that with those?
That wasn't her job, no.
Okay. So, do you begin working on the movie on the first day of filming?
No, we have prep days where we go through the script and prepare everything that we need to start production.
Do you recall the day that filming began?
October 6th.
And when would you have begun work on this movie?
I was contacted on September 23rd, and I had about until October 6th to prep for that.
Because you are the prop master, did you participate in getting guns and ammunition from the vendor to the movie set?
Yes.
Who was the vendor for the guns? Where did the guns come from?
Seth Kenny.
And what's the name of the company that he owns?
PDU Props and Arms.
And what about the blank ammunition? Who provided that?
Seth Kenny.
In terms of the dummy ammunition, can you explain to the jury what the situation was with dummy availability at the beginning of the movie?
We had, Seth Kenny and another vendor named Billy Ray had provided a few boxes of dummy rounds.
were those dummy rounds 45 long Colt?
No.
So at the beginning of the movie, had Seth Kinney provided any 45 long Colt dummies?
No.
At some point during filming, did Mr. Kinney provide 45 long Colt dummies?
Yes.
And how were those provided?
Hannah had requested for 45 long Colts, and on one of our weekends, around October 12th, I went and picked them up from Albuquerque on one of her days off.
So you picked up the first box of 45 long Colt dummies for Mr. Kinney on October 12th.
Correct.
Was that the only box of 45 long Colt dummies that Mr. Kinney ever provided?
Correct.
When Ms. Gutierrez brought the gun belts and they already had the dummy rounds in them, if you recall, did she also have boxes of dummy rounds?
I don't remember what she provided.
Okay. You just don't recall?
I just don't remember. No.
Okay. Was there an issue with the 45 long Colt dummies? Were you struggling? Did you guys not have enough?
As far as I was concerned, Hannah just had requested them. I felt like we had plenty to work with, but she said that they just didn't, the ones that we did have just didn't fit quite as right.
Okay. In terms of the dummy rounds, during the time that you were working on Rust, who was the person in the position to make a decision about whether or not to use dummies?
Hannah.
Was there ever a time that you heard anyone else, a crew member or a cast member, request that dummies be put in a gun?
No.
During the time that you were working with Ms. Gutierrez on Rust, approximately how many times that you're aware of were guns dummied up? Were dummies put in guns?
I don't recall. A handful of times, maybe.
A handful of times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you participate? Were you handling the dummies?
Yes.
And why were you handling the dummies?
It was usually if there were 2 or more guns on set to move things along, because I was also acting as an assistant for her when it came to the weapons.
Okay, so you're the prop master. Technically, she's kind of under you, but you were also sort of her assistant.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to your handling of dummy rounds on set, where were they? How would you get them? Did you get them from Ms. Gutierrez, or did you have access to them?
I had access to them.
And where were they located?
Originally on the prop truck, and then as far as I know, we brought them on the cart when we needed them.
Okay. When you loaded a gun with dummies, what did you do to make sure that the rounds were dummy rounds and not live rounds?
Rattle them.
Did all of the dummy rounds that you handled, did they all rattle?
Yes.
Were there any dummy rounds on set that had holes in them?
Yes.
And did you ever handle any of those?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez load dummy rounds into any of the revolvers?
I wasn't paying attention to her loading them.
You weren't paying attention?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you load the revolvers with all the dummy rounds, or was that something she did also?
She did them as well.
Okay. in the entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of a single time that you saw her rattle a dummy?
I can't recall.
You don't recall ever seeing her do that?
No.
Okay. And does that mean she may have and you just didn't see it?
Correct.
Were you guys working pretty closely together?
Yes.
And you don't recall ever seeing her do that?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, do you recall any time that dummy rounds were loaded into a lever action rifle? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
You know the rifle I'm talking about?
I am.
Okay. Do you recall an occasion when dummy rounds were loaded into that rifle?
I remember blanks, but not dummy rounds.
Okay. Did you ever load blanks or dummies into that rifle?
No.
Did you ever load blanks or dummies into the revolver that was Mr. Baldwin's prop?
No.
And why not? Was there some kind of a division of labor agreement there?
Hannah was just working closely with Alec, and so when Alec requested the guns, he would call for Hannah.
Okay. And you never loaded or unloaded it?
No, not that I recall.
Give me just one moment. So, to be clear, the only 45 long Colt dummy rounds that you brought to the set was the one box from Seth Kinney.
Correct.
And do you know where the other 45 long Colt dummies came from?
No.
When you were working on set, did you occasionally take photos with your cell phone?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking photos with your cell phone?
Mainly for continuity.
And what do you mean when you say continuity?
With continuity, during a scene, you do several takes during the scene, and you just want to make sure that with the props that they look exactly the same throughout each take. So you want to make sure that there's continuity throughout the entire scene.
And I'm going to shift gears for a moment. Did you bring onto the set the dummy rounds from Billy Ray?
Yes.
Were those 45 long Colt?
No.
And what day did you bring those onto the set?
I brought those ones on prior to filming, I believe.
Okay, so it would have been before October 6th.
That one I can't recall. I don't remember what date it was.
Okay, is there anything, do you have anything that would refresh your memory? Would it refresh your memory if you looked at your phone, or is that information not in there?
It might be in an email, on an invoice.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Give me just 1 second. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of States Exhibit 162 and States Exhibit 163 and ask for permission to publish once we're connected.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 162 and 163 is admitted. You may publish.
So we're currently publishing what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 162. Ms. Zachary, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a photo that you took?
Yes.
On what day did you take that photo?
On October 10th.
And how do you know that?
Because it is in my phone and I saw the date on it.
Okay. You actually looked up the date, is that
Yes.
right? So this photo was taken 2 days before you brought the 45 long Colt dummies onto the set from Mr. Kinney.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 163. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
It is a photo of dummies in Alec Baldwin's holster rig.
And has that also been referred to as a bandolier?
Yeah.
Okay. But so this was Mr. Baldwin's prop. This was his gun holster.
Yes.
Do you recall the date that you took this photo?
October 13th.
October 13th.
Mm-hmm.
And if you recall, was Mr. Baldwin's holster a holster that was provided by Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Where did that holster come from?
Seth Kenny had it specially made for Alec Baldwin, and he shipped it out to us.
And are you the person that received it?
Yes.
When you received it, did it already have dummy rounds loaded in it?
No.
Do you know who loaded the dummy rounds into Mr. Baldwin's holster that we're looking at here in 163?
I don't remember specifically if it
Okay.
was me or Hannah.
But it would have been one of the two of you.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Zachary, I'm gonna take you to October 21st of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, to the best of your recollection, what was happening on set prior to the lunch hour?
It was a very slow-moving day because a few hours into that day, we had learned that the part of the crew, or part of the camera crew, had left production, and we were working on getting a replacement team that day.
So was there a delay in filming that morning?
Yes.
And when there's a delay in filming, what do you do? Are you still busy doing props?
I was coordinating with the art director about props for later that day, but otherwise we weren't really actively working.
And given that they weren't filming anything, was Ms. Gutierrez very busy?
No.
So would she have had time that morning to do whatever she needed to do?
Sure.
And at some point, does filming begin again?
Yes, but I don't remember what time.
Okay, would it have been before or after lunch, if you recall?
We moved up to the church to a different scene. We did have one scene that we were filming that morning, but then sometime later that morning we moved to the church for a new scene. And as far as I remember, we only got in a rehearsal, but we weren't really actively working yet.
Okay. And do you remember going to lunch?
Yes.
What happened after lunch? What were you doing after lunch?
After lunch, we drove back in the van to set and Nicole, Hannah, and I had retrieved the guns out of the safe and returned them back to the church. And then I had learned that I had forgotten one of the guns in the safe, so I went back to retrieve it. And
okay, hang on.
Okay.
Were you and Hannah and Ms. Montoya handling any guns prior to the lunch hour?
To take back to the truck, yes, and then in the one scene that we did, the actors had their guns holstered. So
when you say to take back to the truck, tell us what you mean to take back to the truck from where?
So when we were breaking for lunch, we were taking the guns back from the cart and locking them up in the safe on the prop truck.
So the guns were used in the morning. Do you recall when the guns were used in the morning, were dummies put in them?
I don't recall that, no.
And is that something that you think you would recall, or?
No, I don't remember what the scenes were entirely. I don't know if it was more than one scene.
Okay. But guns were brought out and used in the morning session. You just don't know if they had dummies in them or not.
Correct.
So after lunch, the three of you go and you pull guns out of the safe.
Correct.
And are you all there together?
Yes.
You can see what the other person is doing.
Yes.
How far is the prop truck from the church?
Couple 100 yards, maybe more than that.
So did all three of you take guns in your hands up to the area where the church was?
Yes.
And when you got up there, what did you guys do with those guns, if you recall?
Laid them on the prop cart.
And then, is that when you went back to the truck?
I know that I had loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, and when I had realized that I'd forgotten Swen's gun, I had said that I was going to go back to the truck. Hannah said that she was going to go check Alec's gun with Dave, and Nicole stayed with the cart.
When you say you loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, what did you load it with?
I loaded it with dummies.
And where did you get those dummies from?
They were on the cart.
Did you take them out of a box, or were they just laying there?
They were in a cup holder at the top of the cart.
Okay. Is that the only gun that you loaded dummies in that afternoon?
Swen's as well, Swen Temmels.
Okay, so you go back to the truck, you get Swen's gun, and then do you come back up to the church?
Yes.
And where are you when you load that gun with dummies?
I believe at the cart.
At that point in time, if you recall, where was the cart?
It was outside of the church, several yards away.
Okay. So after you put the dummies in the gun, and I'm sorry, did Ms. Gutierrez walk away from the cart with Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Yes.
And who put the dummies in Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Hannah.
Did you happen to see or take note of where she took the dummies from to put in the gun?
She says she was going to check it with Dave, so I assume the church.
No, I mean when she put the dummies in. Did you see her?
No.
Okay, you don't know where she got those dummy rounds from?
No.
So then she says she's going to go in the church and check it with Dave, is that right?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Gutierrez again?
No.
When is the next time that you see her?
After the incident.
So the two revolvers that you loaded with dummies, Mr. Ackles' gun and the other gentleman, What happened to those revolvers?
I believe I threw them away.
No. What happened to the revolvers?
The revolvers? We took them back to the truck with the rest of them.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I know. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. I know. It's not the easiest of things. You take the Ackles gun and Swen's gun and you put dummies in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with the guns at that moment?
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll get you there. It's all right.
I took them to Dave to check, and then I gave them off to the actors.
So you provided them to those actors, and then they were out of your hands?
Yes.
And did you touch any other guns or dummy ammunition prior to the incident?
No. Not that day.
Right.
Okay.
Not that day. Thank you. So after you hand those guns off to those actors, what do you do? What are you doing when the incident occurs?
I am at the prop cart with Nicole, prepping props for the next day, going over the preliminary schedule.
So you're at the prop cart, and do you have any idea where Ms. Gutierrez is?
No.
What happens next?
I hear the gunshot go off and Joel scream.
When you heard the sound, what did it sound like to you? Did it sound like something that you were accustomed to hearing?
No.
How did it sound compared to, you've heard blanks go off, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's okay. And how did this sound compared to, how did this compare to the sound of a blank?
It was louder.
How long after you heard that sound did you hear Mr. Souza scream?
Immediately.
And did you have any idea what happened?
No.
What did you do when this happens? Tell us what happens next, and how are you able to determine that something urgent is happening?
I was asking around what happened. I originally thought it was a special effects rig that went off, and they were telling me that it was a gun, and I asked them whose gun it was, and they said, well, Alec's gun is in the church. And then I had walked over to Jensen. He was looking in the church, and I could see Joel on the ground clutching his shoulder.
What happened after that?
Jensen told me to get the guns to safety.
And so what guns did you take, and where did you take them?
I took Jensen and Swen's guns back to the cart.
To the prop cart that was located right there?
Correct.
And did you do anything with the guns when you got them to the prop cart?
I put them in their socks.
Did you take the dummies out at that point in time?
Yes.
Why did you remove the dummies from the guns right there at that point in time?
Because after they're not being in use, you completely empty them.
Now, dummies are props that are reusable, correct?
Correct.
So you removed the dummies from the guns, and what did you do with the dummy rounds after you removed them?
I believe I threw them away.
And why did you throw them away?
In a state of shock and panic, I think it was a reactive decision.
And did you tell anyone that you threw those dummy rounds away?
No.
At some point in time, did you disclose that information to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're dealing with these other 2 revolvers and taking the dummy rounds out of them, and you said you threw them away, was there just a trash can right there?
It was a few feet away from the cart.
That was where you threw them?
Yes.
What do you do next, and what's happening next?
I don't know the order of events, but I know that I had called Seth Kenny. He didn't pick up my call, and I texted him emergency, and then he called me back.
Why were you calling Mr. Kenny?
I'm not sure why I did. He was kind of my mentor throughout this process, and I just called him. I told him what happened, and he was also freaking out, and that's all I remember.
And what did you tell him happened at this point in time? Did it occur to you that someone had been shot?
I didn't know Halyna was hurt. I just knew Joel was. So I told him that Joel was shot.
And at this point in time, has it occurred to you that Mr. Souza was injured by a live round?
That was my impression, but I didn't physically see his wound.
Okay. Because in your experience on movie sets, do dummies or blanks cause people to fall down and scream?
No.
So, when you spoke to Mr. Kinney, did you, if you recall, did you tell him any of the details about which gun it was or who loaded it or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
How long do you think that phone call lasted?
30 seconds, a minute.
Okay. After that phone call, what did you do?
Like I said, I don't know the order. But I know at some point, I had talked to Hannah. She was in the middle of a breakdown, and she showed me the rounds in her hand, and she said, I swore I shook them, and I could visually see that one of them didn't have the bullet anymore.
Okay, and her statement to you was, I could swear I shook them, or I swear I shook them. Okay.
Yes.
And before I forget, I still have State's Exhibit 163 on the screen. Do you know whose hand is in that picture? Who's holding the holster?
It's Hannah.
So, at any point in time, did you, well, after, and I understand you don't know the order of things, but after, if it did in fact happen after, Ms. Gutierrez shows you the rounds in her hand, do you know, was Mr. Halls there at that time?
Not next to me. At one point, I saw him next to Hannah with the gun by the church outside of it.
Okay. So, what happens next?
After that, I go back to the cart and I start rattling dummies from a box. And I notice that some of them don't rattle like they're supposed to.
And did you tell anyone what you realized?
Nicole was standing right there, and she saw. And then I had told the police later down at base camp.
You told them
that some of the rounds didn't rattle.
Okay. And at some point later, did you mention to Ms. Gutierrez that you thought like more than half the box didn't rattle?
Yes.
Do you think that more than half the box had live rounds in it?
No.
Why do you think, why did you make that statement to her?
Originally, when I was checking it, like I said, it was chaotic. I was in shock and I was frantically rattling the rounds. But as time went on, I realized that I had forgotten that some rounds might have had a hole on the side of the rounds.
So there were some dummies in there that weren't rattlers?
Yes.
Okay, they had the hole on the side.
I didn't visually see it, but I noticed that there were a couple rounds in there with silver primers.
Okay, you noticed some silver primers.
Correct.
To the best of your recollection, do you know how many silver primers you saw?
Possibly 2 or 3.
Okay, and did you rattle those or try to rattle those?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I was on my way back with Nicole and Daniel, the art director, to take the guns back to the truck. And then I got a text message or phone call from Brian Norvell asking me to bring Hannah's personal bag to her. And so Nicole and Daniel continued to take the guns back to the truck while I did that.
Who was taking the guns back to the truck?
Nicole and Daniel, the art director.
Daniel Ornitz.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't take the guns back to the prop truck?
No.
When you were looking in the ammo, in the box of dummies, is that something that you just did on your own, or did anyone instruct you to do that?
I don't remember.
Did you take anything off of that prop cart other than the dummy rounds that you've indicated you took out of those 2 revolvers? Did you take anything else and move it back to the prop truck or anywhere else?
No.
Did you throw anything else away other than those dummy rounds?
No.
And Ms. Zachary, I have to ask you this. Did you bring live rounds onto that movie set?
No.
When the box of Seth Kinney 45 long Colt dummies came on set on October 12th, do you know, did anyone inspect that box?
No. Seth did.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez inspect that box after it arrived on set?
No.
Did Mr. Kinney ever instruct you or ask you to plant evidence or destroy evidence?
No.
After the incident, after you pulled the rounds out of the box, what were you doing after that? Did you take a timeout? What was happening?
I went back down to the town. Police were telling everybody to leave the area, and I was having a panic attack in the town, and Jensen and Swen came to console me, and we were just talking about what happened and what might have happened.
Okay, you visited with those gentlemen about it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. We understand that you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of armor duties. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of prop duties. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that she didn't have enough time to focus on her armorer duties because she was so busy doing prop work?
I don't recall that being an issue.
Did it seem to you as her coworker that she was stretched too thin and didn't have enough time to do her armorer duties?
No.
Let me just review my notes real quick. Do you recall there being a time during filming where there was a discussion about doing firearms training with the child actor?
I do.
And what was your understanding of whether or not that was permitted?
Production didn't want to allow it because of the actor's age.
And if you recall, what was Ms. Gutierrez's response to that?
I know that she had wanted to train the actor off-set with the permission of his provider.
His guardian?
Yeah, guardian, yeah.
Okay. So production had told her that she couldn't do it, and she was going to do it with the guardian's permission. Is that correct?
As far as I remember.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that ever took place?
I don't.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, we're going to take our evening break today. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please do not look up anything about the movie production or this trial, okay? Don't do any research on your own. Thank you.
All rise.
We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow.